admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book, I recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place, is not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloths in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa and it's a pleasure to have you start your new week with us. We've got a packed show lined up for you today, but first let's see what's making top stories today. 800 billion naira allocation cannot do anything for Ministry of Works, Umahi tells lawmakers. Shatima heads to Davos for World Economic Forum. UK probe find no stolen Nigerian fund linked to Dezani, says Ozekome. Trump to be sworn in as the 47th President of America today. Arsenal reignites interest in Osimhen. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Minister of Works, David Umahi, said that 800 billion naira allocated to his ministry in the 2025 budget is not enough to address the country's road infrastructure needs. Umahi pleaded with the National Assembly to increase the ministry's allocation in Abuja on Friday during the 2025 budget defense session organized by the House Committee on Works. He urged the committee to use its legislative powers to jack up the ministry's budget allocation for the 2025 fiscal year. The minister stressed the need for adequate funding of the ministry to enable it to complete ongoing projects and initiate new ones across the country. He argued that the allocation cannot cover the scope of the road projects the ministry was planning to undertake in the year, saying that borrowing funds to address Nigeria's infrastructure deficit was crucial for the nation's progress. Moving on now, Vice President Kashim Shettima has departed Abuja to Davos, Switzerland for the 2025 World Economic Forum meeting. The Vice President will represent Nigeria at the 2024 annual meeting of the World Economic Forum. Stanley Nkocha, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications Office of the Vice President, in a statement said the VP would join world leaders, top business executives, and representatives of development partners at the meeting to discuss the state of the world economy with a view to improving its conditions. While in Davos, the Vice President will hold bilateral meetings with other leaders as well as participate in workshops and forums slated for the annual gathering. Still on now, legal luminary Mike Ozekome has debunked persistent allegations of corruption against former Minister of Petroleum Resources Diezani Alison Madueke, asserting that no stolen Nigerian funds have ever been traced to her by the UK authorities. In a statement released on Sunday titled, "There is no such thing as Diezani loot," Ozekome stated that the immediate past executive chairman of the EFCC, Abdul Rashid Bawa, confirmed to her lawyers that no funds from the coffers of the federal government of Nigeria have been ever found stolen by her. It said that the former minister, who has been under investigation by UK authorities since October 2015, has not been charged with misappropriating public funds despite nearly a decade of scrutiny. According to Ozekome, Alison Madueke's prolonged ordeal stems from baseless allegations, unverified narratives, and public vilification rather than concrete evidence. Ozekome referenced court rulings to support his client's case, particularly a decision by the Federal High Court in Abuja, which cleared parties linked to a strategic alliance agreement of wrongdoing. And to end the local news, the Central Bank of Nigeria has revealed that 95.66% of bank debtors borrowed from microfinance banks as of September 2024, out of the 6,537 total debtors recorded across all creditor types, 6,253 were linked to microfinance banks. The data shows a slight month-on-month decline in MFB debtors, dropping from 6,573 in August 2024 to 6,253 in September 2024. The drop in the number of borrowers is largely linked to rising interest rates, which have made credit more expensive and discouraged borrowing. This trend coincides with a series of interest rate hikes implemented by the CBN under Governor Olayemi Cardoso. Since assuming office, Cardoso has overseen 6 consecutive increases in the monetary policy rate, elevating it from 18.75% in February 2024 to 27.50% by November 2024. These measures aim to combat rising inflation, which reached 34.80% in December 2024. And on the foreign scene, Donald Trump will begin a 4-year term as a United States president and will no longer be addressed as president-elect from today. He takes the oath of office and from then on becomes the 47th president of the United States of America. The event, planned for weeks, will witness dignitaries from all over the world, including Deeper Life leader William Kumuyi, joining to observe Trump and his vice president-elect James Vance as they swear allegiance to country. The inauguration will start by 5 p.m. Nigerian time today, Monday, the 20th of January 2024. Trump will swear the oath of office by placing his hand on the same Bible used by Abraham Lincoln in 1861 and a second Bible gifted by his late mother, Mary Ann MacLeod. The oath is according to Article 2 in Section 1 of the United States Constitution. Moving on now, a court in Seoul has extended the time South Korea's impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol will be detained over its botched attempt to impose martial law in the country last month. Citing concerns Yoon could destroy evidence if released, a judge on Sunday issued a warrant allowing investigators to keep the suspended president in custody for up to 20 days. The 64-year-old was arrested on Wednesday after a week-long standoff between investigators and his presidential security team. Supporters of the president broke into the court after his detention was extended, reportedly smashing windows and doors in an incident condemned by Yoon and the country's acting president. The warrant and Yoon's subsequent refusal to comply with investigators is the latest development in a saga that has left South Korea reeling from a political crisis. And now to sport, Arsenal are reportedly renewing their pursuit of Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen in the January transfer window, with Gabriel Jesus sidelined for the remainder of the season due to injury. The Gunners are actively searching for attacking reinforcements. Mikel Arteta's men have struggled with a lack of attacking depth, particularly evident in their recent 2-2 draw against Aston Villa. Osimhen has emerged as a prime target to boost their forward line and strengthen their Premier League title aspirations. Currently second in the league with 44 points, 6 behind leaders Liverpool, Arsenal have been hit hard by injuries. The Gunners have been without Jesus, Nathan Nwaneri, and their standout performer this season, Bukayo Saka, leaving Mikel Arteta's squad stretched thin and raising the need for the Nigerian striker. And to end the news, Liverpool defender Virgil van Dijk is reportedly in advanced discussions with Saudi Pro League club Al Hilal over a free transfer at the end of the season. According to Team Talk, the Dutch international, whose contract with Liverpool expires in 6 months, has been a cornerstone of Jurgen Klopp's team. Van Dijk remains one of the Premier League's top defenders and a key factor behind Liverpool's current position at the top of the table. Journalist Ahmed Al-Ajilan claims that Al Hilal has opened serious negotiations to secure Van Dijk's services in the summer. Meanwhile, Liverpool are reportedly pushing to renew Van Dijk's contract, while the defender's future remains uncertain, with Al Hilal making strong overtures. Thanks for joining me on the Breakfast News. Stay tuned as we bring you the top stories analysis in a minute.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria in this room. As a contribution. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Day TV. I am Kemi Michael. Now, stop motion has been an age-old form of animation, and in Nigeria, it has been very unpopular. And I know you're wondering what stop motion animation is. Well, wonder no more. I have Esther Kemi Gbadamosi, CEO of Radio City, right here with me.
All right.
Thank
you very much. Yeah,
welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. God help me now. Help your boy now. I did try now. Because this also no be pure water.
So tell me, what is stop motion animation?
Stop motion animation is the movement of physical objects, in time. That's unlike 2D and 3D, that's done in the digital space, on your PC. Stop motion is done physically. That means you move a physical object, but you move it frame by frame, in the space of time. So in practical, you take your camera and then you take one shot at a time, So if you have to move your hands from here to here, you just move it in bits. And then, take this and take the shot, take this and take the shot and take the shot. And then the eyes, the illusion of movement just occurs when you put all the frames together. So it has a sequence. The sequence of frames causes there to be movement. So you do this, in creating a story, obviously you have lots of movements. And so, that's all that you put together. So you have lots of shots, to make up scenes and then, of course, to make up a film.
That sounds really exhausting.
Well, yeah.
But why did you choose stop motion? I mean, you could have used, as you said, the 2D and 3D tools on the internet right now. Why not use those? Why stop motion?
I'm not sure I found stop motion. I think stop motion found me.
Okay.
I used to be a 3D animator. I was a 3D animator for about 8 years. Then I got married, had kids, and then I couldn't cope with 3D anymore. And then, at the point where I was really trying to figure out what I needed to do, I started, putting their toys, the children's toys. And, I had this Spider-Man that I would, have the Spider-Man poses kind of thing. And because I liked the poses so much, I'll take a picture of it, and then I'll do another one, then take a picture of it, that kind of thing. And, when I put the sequences together, there was interesting movements. And after that, I worked on short sequences, basketball sequences, all of that. And they were quite interesting, until 2019. This was 10 years ago, this year, and 2019, I decided, okay, let's work on something, just something very short, about a minute long. It was just some sort of mannequin we used. And we just told this story, simple story of the past situation in Nigeria. When we were done, we submitted it to festivals, and here was different festivals, all over the world. And we're like, whoa, it was just about a minute, and that was it. It was like, we can do something better than this, let's do something else. And so that's how we made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 films so far, like that. So it's essentially stop motion finding me. I'm not sure I found it, because at the point I started it, I didn't even know what the name was, but it seemed like something I could use to express myself. I could tell my stories. I had done documentaries in the past, so I wasn't new to filmmaking. I had made short films. I'd won awards doing documentaries. So we're doing it on a sort of big scale. But then, this was animation, which was something that was really dear to me. It was kind of like a side thing. I think it was a side thing till COVID. COVID was what made it become up and center for me. It's suddenly becoming something that was way beyond, our local space, and going international, has been something that has come some sort of a surprise. But then, yes, I love the process. So, yeah.
I see that you were made fellow at the Berlin Ale.
Yes,
Please tell us more about that.
Oh, okay. Last year, for the first time, Berlinale, what they do is every year, being one of the biggest festivals in the world. After Sundance, Cannes, you have sort of like Berlinale, and they pick 200 filmmakers every year. So for the past 22 years, they have picked 200. And so usually you have maybe 1, 2 Nigerians, sometimes 3, that filmmakers that are, very high profile ones, that they pick. But last year, for the first time in animation, they picked me, as a Berlinale talent. Mm-hmm. So I was in Berlin last year, and it was sort of like out of this world experience, for someone who was even for Berlinale, it's a film festival, a film festival that has almost 500,000 registered, attendance. So it's huge, so even for them, animation is a little bit not their usual thing, but, having to bring in someone from animation, I really needed to find my feet there. Among the talents, I think we were just probably around 5 of us, that were from animation. And so we really just had to find ways to connect, and which was fantastic, for even for all the other things as well. And so what that did was it gave me the opportunity to be able to apply last year, towards the end of last year, for fellowship. Now, what happens is that of the 10,000, there are about 10,000 talents now, because it's been over 22 years of picking 200 people. So they have the opportunity to apply for fellowship. You understand? It's a partnership between Benali, Talent, and MasterCard. So now, if you have a project that you want to push, you just needed to apply for it, and they picked only 2 people. So it was crazy that, so I applied. I'm not sure I was thinking they would pick, but as far as I was concerned, they can only pick if you apply. If you don't, your chances are 0. And so I applied. I was really shocked, in January when I saw congratulations. You have been said. I was like, did they pick many people? Because that was my first thought. Maybe they picked many people this time. Only to find out that we're just 2 that they picked. It was very humbling experience. Because it took things to another level completely.
Yeah.
For someone in stop motion, completely unknown field. In Nigeria, even internationally. There's a fight for us to be able to have space. When Pinocchio won Best Animation last year, it was a big deal for us, considering there's a stop-motion animated film, and so it's everything we get. It's huge. And so when Benali gave us that, focus front and center, it's that was all that was in my head, that look, this is a big deal for us.
Kind of is.
Yes, it is. It is a big deal because it gave us the opportunity to have conversations, with lots of people that were really interested in seeing Africa, because stop motion is also not so big in Africa. Seeing Africa develop in this light. Because to be honest with you, I think that stop motion is the perfect medium for us in Africa. Why do I think so? Because we don't have too much equipment, and all of that tech thing. Stop motion doesn't require so much. You don't need to have a high-end PC to do stop motion. All you need to do is to have that creative ability. You need to be artistic. You need to be able to sculpt. Because at some point we started making our puppets. We didn't have to use the objects we were using at first. I think we did that in our first 3 films. By the time we got to the 4th one, we made our puppets from scratch. So virtually everything you see was made, artistically like that. And so, for us, us having that opportunity, I think it will open the eyes of a lot of young people that probably maybe went to Yaba Tech. You understand? They can draw, they can paint. You understand? Stop motion is just the movement of what they are doing. You're ready, just moving it. It requires a lot of patience, but patience is free. You understand? It's not something that you need 500k to buy patience. You understand? It's just something you really need to sort of discipline yourself to do, and somehow that's really essentially what we've done. You just need to be patient with it, bit by bit. And as we make each film is better than the previous one because our skills are improving.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, and then of course with more exposure, having the opportunities to go to different festivals, different studios. I've been to some of the biggest studios, worldwide for stop motion animation. It's just because it's a field that we are not too many. You understand? So quite a bit of opportunities, also in that light. And so it's something really exciting for us, and we actually look forward to pushing it even more.
Now, speaking about being unpopular, I'm talking about stop motion being unpopular here in Nigeria and Africa at large. How exactly did it feel when you started, seeing as you did not have anybody to show you the ropes in doing it?
Okay, well, in the beginning it didn't make sense. I think that was our first goal. It didn't make sense to people around us. It didn't make sense to, friends or whoever it is that saw that that's what we did. So in the beginning, it was kind of like, it almost felt embarrassing sometimes, when you're dealing with objects and just trying to move them around. and people not understanding what exactly this is and all. Yes, so yeah, we experienced a lot of difficulty. You could imagine that we had zero support. But I think that seeing that, I knew that if we could make it make sense, we'd have an opportunity. I knew that I didn't have all the skills at the time when I started, so there was no way I could instantly prove that it was a viable means of making films. Not that animation is film, so people needed to see the film capacity in it, and it was going to take a while for us to be able to do that. From first film to second to third, I think when we won our first Best Animation Award, it clicked to people that, you understand, this stuff might actually be making sense. And then we got a nominations in Afrif, AMA, all of the major festivals, in Africa and all. So it was okay. Wow. Okay, yes. So this might make sense actually. So it's being able to, we've been to all of the major labs, DLA, DFM, CTIAF. When Nigeria was going to MIFA, that's 2 years ago now, and that's the biggest animation festival in the world, and we wanted to pick our project one, overall. So it's just been, so it's been a journey of trying to also prove, that this is viable, and so yeah, we did keep our expectations low, and I think that helped, us to be patient enough to just ensure that we just continue to work. It was hard. It was always hard to have resources to be able to make the films, but we tried to find a lot of things that were available locally, things we could find. Yes, there's some things we couldn't do without importing, but they weren't the very expensive stuff. We just tried to make it was more like use what you have to get what you want. If we knew we couldn't do something big, so we just do the small bit of it, just to ensure that we show up, that kind of thing, instead of just complaining that we don't have support, we don't have this, we don't have. When people see what you have already done, you understand, it speaks louder than when you complain about what your situation is. And I think that essentially has been, what it was, from that time where, it didn't make sense to now that it's making a bit more sense.
Okay, now I understand that a lot of people do not know about this, and if you've seen us, you've gone through a lot of challenges to get here. Would you advise people to get into it?
I would gladly do. I feel that we're just scratching the surface right now. It's this huge opportunity, not just in stop motion, in animation. Animation also is still small here. And statistics, global research has shown that in the next few years, this might be the biggest, this part might produce the biggest animations in the world, say in about 20-30 years. So you can imagine the process there. Nollywood has not become what it is in one day. It took a few years for us to go to cinema and then want to watch Nollywood films. At first, we would all go and watch Avengers, that kind of thing, or Black Panther. And then now, you would go there and you would happily watch Nollywood films. So it was that journey. And that's essentially the journey animation is going through now. We may say that it's not the most viable, but this is what our children watch at home. You understand? And all of that. So naturally, it will grow. And the world knows that. And everybody's sort of like trending towards Africa. Disney just produced their first African set of films to show that Africa does need to be represented on the global stage with our stories. So everything is kind of like trending towards Africa. So right now, positioning is key.
Yeah, we have to tell our own stories ourselves.
If we don't tell our stories ourselves, they will tell it for us. Naturally, that's what will happen. So people need to, artists, people that already have this flair, need to position themselves now. And it may not look very favorable. It may not look, because, you don't have all the attraction and nobody's shouting your name or your work or anything like that. You really have to sow the seeds, and I think it's a good time to come in, before the highlights come, so that you'd be in a good position to be, people, they'll say, okay, yeah, we want to give an opportunity to a studio. We want to give an opportunity to people to be able to produce, African stories and all of that. And then, they're not going to go to somebody's house and go and say, okay, yeah, we figured out that you might be the person. No, you need to be there already, And I think I'd gladly, because I hear people say a lot that stop motion it's hard, it's difficult and all of that, but it is possible. It is possible. I never really had that thought about it being difficult. I was always so excited, to be able to work on a project, and because I knew that, and I didn't need so much to start. I just, as I get funds, I put in, from other things I do. But then the whole idea is that I start with the aim of finishing. Sometimes it takes a long time. I remember a particular one of the films I worked on, because most of that film was me. I animated the entire thing from beginning to the end. And I remember that while working, I had a group of people that were supposed to work with me throughout the film. And after a while, they kind of got frustrated. It was taking too long. It was a really short film. But we did it in 7 weeks, just production. Every day. I remember that I would be there first thing in the morning and out there till late in the evening, animating. Some days that are really good, I probably have maybe like 2 seconds, or 3 seconds of animation that worked. And the days that are bad, I have 0, because while I was animating, the character fell. And then I have to start all over again, that kind of thing, because once the shift movement is a lot, I can't find that spot anymore. So if to make sure that the quality is good, I have to start all over again, that kind of thing. So yes, it was there, but then when I think about it now, with the benefit of hindsight, I see that it was worth it. For you to start, it's not heavy on costs. I think it will really be a good opportunity, particularly people that already have the natural talent. Yeah.
All right, that's beautiful. Now, what are you doing towards helping the stop motion animation industry when it comes to bringing up people to learn it?
That's probably, the biggest thing that we're doing right now. Because the truth is that for us to move to the next level, there definitely needs to be a lot more people involved in stop motion. We obviously not stopping with short films. We want to do series for children. We want to have more children.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is a top story analysis on BDTV, and now I'm joined by our in-house analyst, Mr. Mohammed Akonji.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Welcome
How's
to
the
the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
It was a good weekend.
I'm really glad to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. How was your weekend?
Oh, I don't know. It's mixed. As
I like your line. It's mixed.
It's
always mixed.
It's not free flowing. A mixed bag of the ups and downs that always characterize our days every now and then. It's mixed.
I like so how you always have like a blend.
A blend of
both. It's all like, I like that line. It's mixed. Well, my weekend was okay. I think it was just, Saturday was restful.
Okay,
when I mean restful, like it was not eventful intentionally. Then Sunday was, it was good. Sunday was, I went to church, and then back from church, I did some cooking and all of that. So it was a good weekend. Let's go straight to what our top stories are saying this morning. I'd like to get your reaction on this one. So the Minister of Works, David Umahi, says that the 800 billion naira allocated to his ministry in the 2025 budget is not enough to address the country's road infrastructure needs.
General infrastructure
I want to get your reaction to that.
So virtually all the ministers that have gone for budget defense, line item expenditures for the different ministries, tend to be able to complain about that. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, claim that 800 billion allocated to them through the Ministry of Finance and the Appropriation Committee was actually not enough. So the chairman of the Joint House Committee on Works, the chairman Mr. Alabi, kind of agree with him, in terms of based on the antecedent of what the minister has said. If you remember last year, the minister mentioned that we need about 16 trillion to be able to complete the existing road project that this administration inherited from the past government, totaling about more than 82,000 road networks that we needed to. So with 16 trillion, divided over that number of years, I mean, that was actually the angle where the minister was actually coming from, that the amount allocated is not enough. But the question is still the performance of the ministry budget from the 2024 budget, even though it is still in vogue, it's still in motion. There has actually been agitations and complaints that capital expenditure, the allocation of the capital expenditure from the 2024 budget, the performance level is just about 48%, or even up to 50%. So maybe there's still that challenge, there's still that that discourse from angles, from different quarters, as to, okay, based on the performance of what was allocated, at least you've had 1 year down the line, how has the ministry prosecute the allocations that have actually been given? I think that have been a very important discourse, challenge to be able to start from. Two is the fact that, yes, infrastructure are very, very important. They're important catalysts for socioeconomic development. And the road network, in fact, is what a lot of people believe will be able to trickle down to the last mile. For example, if you're talking about minimum wage, someone will be able to tell you on the street, a woman might feel like, how would that affect me, for example, right? But if you say, no, there's a road network that will be able to connect Lagos to Ibadan, an average person will believe that, yes, this is going to be able to make an impact in my life. And that is exactly where the minister is actually coming from. That by appealing to the Joint House Committee to provide, to be able to jack up the allocations to the ministry, it's believed that this will be able to trickle down to more Nigerians than what ordinarily would have actually been allocated from others. So I think that's where the angle the minister is coming from. Whether that would be enough, because I was looking at the budget, there was an allegation that was actually flying over the weekend about the chief of staff, that before now, the chief of staff, that unit itself, maybe averagely tends to be able to have like about 500 million, max 1 billion. But that the last 2 years, close to about 24 billion has been allocated to that unit. Even though there have been back and forth, pushbacks, you've been seeing workouts here and there over the budget defense, as I said, since January 12 when it started. You've seen ministers come in, the registrars, ministries, departments and agencies who come in, the senators and the House of Rep members were actually challenging them. We had a case of JAM, where I think we talk about that here. 850 million, for example, was allocated.
Allocated for JAM, yes.
Okay, 850 million for, they said for fumigation, cleaning. And the Adams was actually asking them, okay, even though the man eventually said what they use for fumigation in JAM was not even up to 1 million, and that in fact this coming year is even up to 2 million. So there have been those pushbacks. So, but it appears that the Ministry of Works and the Joint House Committee on Work were actually on the same page as to the amount allocated to the unit, to the ministry, as not being enough in that regard. So the chairman of the committee, who represents APC Oyo, has actually agreed to be able to meet with the Minister of Finance and the Budget Office to see if certain amounts can actually be added for the ministry to ensure that they are able to be able to prosecute. Don't forget the monumental project they have at hand, the Lagos-Calabar Expressway. So part of it needs to be able to go into the budget this year. At the time, I think it was not included in the budget. Then we just heard recently that there is actually a special purpose vehicle fund that was actually marshaled for that entirely. But remember, the project is about 1.5 trillion, and that needed to actually be allocated over the next 8 years. So I think the minister may be able to have his own point.
He might actually have his own point.
But the question is still the performance of the capital allocation for last year. Maybe you need to come up with it to be able to justify to collect more this time around.
Absolutely. But let's take a look at other stories on our top stories today. So legal luminary Mike Uzekome has debunked persistent allegations of corruption against former Minister of Petroleum Resources Desani Alison Madueke. Now he's saying that no stolen Nigerian funds have ever been traced by the UK authorities. Basically, what he's saying is, you know, in a statement that was released yesterday, Sunday, he said there's no such thing as Desani loot. So I'm here. I'm curious. I'm also wondering. So what has been happening all the world? You know, because all of these things that it was it proven then in Nigeria? Because everyone, when you hear Mrs. Desani Alison, you think of the scandal of all of the looting and all of that, and then he's coming to say that
there's nothing like that from their hand.
There's nothing from their from their end. So what's
so
your
I think
take
he mentioned
on
the name of a person there. There's the name of a person that he actually mentioned who worked very, very closely.
Yeah, the immediate past executive chairman of the EFCC. Is that?
No. I think he's maybe personal assistant to.
Yes.
Personal assistant to Alison Madueke. That some of those funds were actually linked to him. I think I was actually able to look at that this morning. Okay. So Mike Ezekome is actually a lawyer to Mrs. Alison Madueke, and there have been several releases from UK that we've had. Remember, it was actually the ministry, the Minister of Petroleum Resources during the time of ex-president Jonathan. There and then it was actually mentioned about, you know, amount running to billions in naira, in dollars, and in other foreign currencies that was actually attributed to her. So Michael Zekome released that statement yesterday and trying to be able to defend his client, that most of what was actually claimed as, you know, Desani loot, where it has actually been that, you know, two major loots that we'll actually be able to see in this country right now has actually been Abacha loot. I think that's actually been coming every now and then. And even though there are deniers of that as well, about, okay, maybe some of this money we actually be able to put in some things for Nigeria. So Michael Zekome coming yesterday, I was a bit shocked, you know, because the time Buhari's administration, Muhammadu Buhari's administration, President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, consistently be able to mention, in fact, some of those funds were actually allocated to finalize Lagos-Ibadan Expressway and the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway. I think part of those funds was, so he moved it from the Ministry of Works and repatriated funds from Abacha loot and from some of these other amounts stashed abroad that repatriated back and they got back were actually diverted towards like a presidential committee on actually be able to fix some of our roads. So Michael Zekome has agreed that he's going to be able to prove this in court in Nigeria after he'll be able to finalize some of those things. But the question there is, we've seen court in London, there's a court in London, there's another one, I think, very close to Manchester as well, that will actually be able to rule against Desani Madueke. He has not actually been tried in Nigeria. You know, EFCC have tried every effort to be able to try to get him, you know, extradited to Nigeria, but that has not actually been the case. So I know we've actually been able to have several of his own cases coming down here, and the content of those cases will actually be able to be like, okay, this amount of money has been forfeited to Nigerian government from Mrs. Alison Madueke. So for him, because I know he mentioned, Michael Zekome mentioned a particular PA to whom the name was actually attributed to whom the name was actually attributed to, that he mentioned. But whether that is the case, I'm sure in days ahead, we'll tend to be able to know the real details. But as I said, the headlines that have actually been coming out has been that, oh, this amount has actually been forfeited to Nigerian government, or this amount has been forfeited to Nigeria that's actually taken from Mrs. Desani and then released down to Nigeria. So what our lawyer is still saying, maybe still be able to baffle a lot of people as to what could have happened.
Baffling to a lot of people,
just like you said,
this is
still really baffling. It was showing some of those evidence yesterday and tried to be able to prove the point. But whether that is the case, would still be in the loop as to what exactly is actually happening, because it's still not really clear at this point in time to what he's actually saying.
It's actually not clear.
Yes. So he said he'll be able to prove in days ahead to show the evidence that some of those forfeitures that were actually granted back to Nigeria were not to his client, but some of those names, and they will actually be able to wait for, I think they mentioned one of them, was trying to be able to read that in the papers this morning, to say this is actually some of where the money was actually taken from. But those people were also close associates of Mrs. Desani as well.
I think this is a story that we'll have to keep our eyes on. We'll have to
see how it unfolds.
Just see how it unfolds over the week, over the month, and over the year even. But the big one here today is all about the big news. Donald Trump is going to be sworn in today for his 4-year term, for its second time. As the 47th president of the United States of America. Big deal. And
it's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
It's a mixed bag to different people. Anyway, I agree.
As always, it's always a mixed bag.
It's a mixed bag.
I mean, it's a big deal.
You'd have seen, just finish your thought.
Because for me, is a president that has really come with so much. You come from like someone like Barack Obama, then he comes in and then he's back again. No one. I would say that if you're looking at it based on social media trends or what the media was pushing, you would have thought it would have been a Kamala Harris if you were looking at what the media was portraying, specifically some of the media. But Donald it seems like that person that it's not. It doesn't seem like the fave, but then at the end of the day, he's there. So it didn't seem like the favorite of many people. It's not doing the conventional stuff. It's coming with so many things that seem like it's not what the Americans want. Okay. But with him being sworn in today, it's also telling me that it doesn't mean that these people are, maybe what they're portraying wasn't really what they wanted, because maybe deep in their mind it's like I'm paying lip service and I'm saying to you that you are my person, but deep in my mind what you are saying I'm not really a fan. I'm probably a fan of someone else, because when it came on and then when we realized that when I was watching the election and all that, and I was seeing how it was going, and then it would lead, and then the gap
was very massive.
I was like, then I'm like, so who are these people? Because when you look at the biggest people, the celebrities, Hollywood, the people endorsing. These are people that wield a lot of influence. Do you understand me? Because if we're talking about the biggest entertainment
space
industry in the world, it's definitely the Hollywood. And if all the people in Hollywood were really, really speaking, I don't know one single Hollywood person. I don't know, like the prominent person that was pro-Trump.
Melissa was.
That's why I said prominent. She has not really been as prominent.
Because in fact, I was surprised when he mentioned her yesterday.
Before, but there are other people. So basically, what are your thoughts on the president of the United States, the new about to be sworn president of the United States?
Okay, so
what are your thoughts?
Maybe because of the time we don't have, I would not be able to go through them. But so yesterday he had like a pre-inauguration speech, in Washington. It was very, very huge. In fact, I think I was watching that before I went to bed, like around 1 a.m. Nigerian time. So, but I mean, the dynamics of the environment showed us, and the way the Trumpism, Trump 2.0 as they call it, is surging everywhere. Don't forget, it's in fact most of these ideas of Trump,
and the MAGA as well.
The MAGAs, make America great again. The anti-immigration stand and things like that is getting into Germany. You see it in fact now with the way it's going in the UK. Starmer's position is every now and then under serious threat. Go to France. So there is this establishment, or there is this populism tendencies that's actually sweeping through the whole of, and it actually begin with Donald Trump. Yesterday, by 1 p.m. Nigerian time, I think it's going to start, 12 GMT, and since we are +1, the inauguration effectively will be able to start today. And he made some very remarks. So one of the things he did yesterday was just blizzards of executive orders. Remember the TikTok ban? So in fact, he said he's going to be able to do an executive order. He's talking about DEIs will go, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Education. You have to go.
You have to go. All these ideas of, yes. So the gender balancing thing, gender mainstreaming thing in education will have to go. He mentioned that yesterday.
And you see why I said big deal, right?
Course,
because
blizzards of executive orders.
Is bringing lots of
a lot of
interesting
approaches to
that don't seem like what Americans like. Freedom,
of course.
America is the free country.
The kind of vote, the massive vote they gave to him was actually a testament of his popularity.
Yes, but it's a little bit weird because
the reflection was not there.
The reflection wasn't
what we're thinking.
So that's what I'm saying. Is this a case of the people who were paying lip service and probably would go. I don't know.
No, they actually came out to vote. So remember.
Or does it mean that
no, they didn't come out to vote and just sitting?
Maybe the citizens, like the ones we don't see.
Actually,
the
election for him.
I were pro-Trump. That's what I. That's what I.
That's
think.
exactly the. That's the
what I
major
actually
thing.
think.
So maybe the ones that are not really in our faces every now and then, the Hollywood listers are just able to see.
So that
those ones,
still the majority.
The traditional conservative Americans, are still the majority. And they came out to vote as well to say that this is the man we wanted back. The issues within the Democratic Party too is also not helping. Remember before President Joe Biden dropped out, just about 3 months or thereabout, and some of those other transitions, will it be Kamala Harris, will it be another person before the confirmation? So I think some of those actually be able to play into their hands. But more importantly, inflation seriously plays into his hands. The inflation tendencies that he experienced in America during that time really be able to plan. If you're like, okay, if you cannot be able to do anything for me, let us be able to return back to the devil. The angel they say we know. I mean, the devil we know.
The devil will know.
So some of them actually believe that, okay, maybe when we're in the administration, the economy was actually a little bit on the hot side.
Yes, actually, that was a thing for many
Americans. Really play a very important role. Yeah. But if you listen to, but one of the things actually, the highlight of the speech yesterday was that he claimed that he's going to be able to, he will end the Russia-Ukraine war in one day.
But so let's see how that goes.
Let's
see how that goes. And of course, we know that TikTok has also been banned. Finally,
he passed. He said it's an executive order. I think some people said they used it yesterday in US. They actually be able to make use of it. No. The ban. So Supreme Court judgment came on Friday. Supreme Court judgment came on Friday. That's been banned. So they were waiting for the Supreme Court judgment, which came on Friday, that affirmed the Court of Appeals ban on it. So with the statement yesterday from him about an executive order coming today from Trump to be able to revive, because if you believe that most of the voters that voted for him actually came through TikTok. So they released some statements. It was actually what
talking about an extension, is it?
Yes, an extension. And waiting for an appeal.
When I was on
90 days. I think I have like 90 days appeal.
Yesterday, what I was seeing, like some of the people I follow on Instagram that are based in the United States, were talking about the fact that they could not access their
Instagram
page. Their TikTok account, they've been banned. They can't make use of the TikTok. So I think it's been banned to a large extent. It's been banned, but there have been conversations about Elon Musk. Not even the extension. I don't think the extension worked. But there's been conversation about Elon Musk saying that he's bringing back Vine.
Okay.
Do you know about Vine? Vine was a social media platform that was owned by it was an American-owned social media platform. So in replacement for TikTok, so they're talking about Vine. Vine wasn't really popular, so it was about when I was age? Maybe like about when I was in the 19 or thereabouts. They were using Vine, but now he's talking about bringing back Vine.
Okay.
That could be a good.
But
good
the man has said
it's
an executive order today, so that was what he kept saying about TikTok. I'm sure the news will actually be awashed. I'll go with it today about executive order. Maybe an American company will be able to buy the ByteDance, which is actually the American version of it. The company buy into the Chinese company of TikTok, because it seems like there is majority of
that did not happen. TikTok has actually been banned, so that's why the substitute now is the Vine conversation. So I will just keep our fingers crossed and see how that goes. But thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. It's always an amazing time speaking to you on the morning show.
Thank you.
We'll be back soon for the newspaper review here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television. This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the paper review segment of the show, and I've still got here in the studio with me Mr. Mohammed Akonji. But we'll be starting off our paper review this morning with the front page of the Vanguard newspaper. The big story here is high interest rates. It says manufacturers caught back on bank loans, and that's on the Vanguard newspaper this morning. High interest rate, manufacturers caught back on bank loans. On the top left-hand side, it says LP crisis, that's Labour Party crisis. We are heading to Supreme Court, Nenadi Usman. And then still on, it says another one here says rising international price of crude forces hike in petrol price. And on page 26, on the front page though, it says Badenoch attacks Nigeria again, says our terrible government destroys lives. Nigeria's terrible government destroys life, according to Kemi Badenoch. And the presidency responds and says, we are saddened by our rhetorics. Then going on now on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper, I said, efforts ongoing to rescue abducted AIG's wife, the police. Another one here, which goes on to page 25, says, federal government probes Niger tanker explosion as death toll hits 86. On the front page, the big story of obviously for today that will cut across all around the world is all about Donald Trump being sworn in today. It says, MAGA, Make America Great Again. What awaits Nigeria as Trump mounts saddle? Because obviously this is going to also have its impact on us. The presidency of Donald Trump will obviously have some sort of ripple effect on Nigerians as well. Then Serap, my favorite people. I told you that every Monday there's always something from Serap. Serap writes Trump.
Okay.
Is that enough? Serap writes Trump. 6 return of stolen assets. Really? Are we being serious? Anyway, moving on. Onosoya refutes fraud allegation, vows to defend reputation. And then on sports, CAF CC, Enyimba crash in Egypt. I always like to look at the cartoon on the side, but we'll probably come back to that later. But let's start by talking about some of these stories. I'm really curious. We've spoken about the Donald Trump getting sworn in today, but for you, what awaits Nigeria truly as Trump mounts saddle? What do you think is in it for us? What do you think are some of the impact that this presidency will have?
Emergent. So, I mean, analysts and watchers have actually been able to write a lot and said a lot about what it portends for Nigeria, Africa, developing countries. But just like you said, it is widely believed that America, being the superpower nation in the world, tend to be able to have that impact, just like the very popular aphorism, when America sneezes, the rest of the world catches cold. So I think it's bound to happen. But looking at the impact it might likely be, so one of them that watchers are looking at, because of his own stance towards, more oil production and things like that, it's likely going to be able to have an impact on oil prices, which will be able to come down to us, because he's the type that believe in let's us keep fracking. I mean, fracking means explore oil, extract more oil. So by extracting more oil, that tends to be able to have that impact. It's expected. The other thing you read about Serap, because there were some stolen assets, Nigerians that by former past military leaders, by some notable Nigerians who have assets that were unaccounted for. In fact, a bill was actually proposed at the National Assembly about unexplained wealth of some Nigerians, public servants, who we all know what they're actually earning, and they have high-rise buildings and structures in the US. So I think Serap was actually trying to be able to write to them. They did when they did same to Joe Biden as well.
But did Joe Biden take action?
Yeah, I think for some of them, some assets were actually
based on the letter from Serap.
Maybe not from them.
That's what I want to know.
Maybe not from them, because I'm sure when it came in as well in 2020, similar things was actually written by them. Asking them to be able to release some asset that belong, some asset owned by Nigerians as a result of ill-gotten wealth from here and some other things. So I think we might likely see that dimension. A lot of people are also be able to see more pro-Trump dimension away from, sexual orientation that was actually very common with the Democratic Convention. Maybe it's actually not that type that will actually be able to foist down countries, oh, you need to be able to follow, these things as a result of getting assistance and aid from the US. You've seen the way they've tried to be able to impose on Uganda, Kenya during Obama's time, and he scaled back on all those things when he came in during Trump 1.0. So maybe we expect that. Thirdly, the other perspective there that we feel like might likely be able to impact Nigeria is actually his policy towards immigration. And that might be a negative impact. We all know Trump 1.0, how serious it was about building walls, about Mexican cartels. I told you about what he read yesterday night. Yesterday night, maybe like early morning Nigerian time today, was just promises, just a reminiscent of what Tinubu did when he came in as the president on May, when he was sworn in, that subsidy is gone. Because that's what we was talking about. Oh, education will be taken away from the federal back to the states. DEIs, women, fostering on women, these woke policies will actually be abandoned. And you see some rafts of executive orders that he read out yesterday about these, and he was promising, on his very first day in office today, there are about close to 200 of them.
200.
Can you imagine 200?
Wow.
Like 200 of those bills that he just said he's going to be able to sign. But remember, there are executive orders, like a presidential executive order, that these and these and these and these. So how those will actually be quite effective, to the point that he's actually taking glory for the Israel-Gaza ceasefire agreement that started yesterday morning. That if not because of the election that he won in November, this would not have actually taken place. I think a lot of people were looking at, this was actually spearheaded by President Joe Biden. They still have like about how many hours left? Maybe like 5 more hours.
Few hours left.
I'm sure normally the time there will be 7 a.m. American time, and that will be like 1 p.m. our time. 1 p.m. our time.
No. It's the swearing in is going to be about 5 p.m. our time. I'll be 7 p.m. our time.
7 a.m. their time, 12 p.m. our time. 1 p.m. our time.
1 p.m. our time.
Our time. So it's like 7 a.m. their time, because the report there was just saying it's likely going to be sworn in by 12 GMT.
It's going to be 5 p.m. Nigerian time.
Nigerian time?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe the process will actually start by around that time. I was actually looking at that so I was looking at it was actually on BBC, and they were actually claiming it to be 12 GMT their time. Maybe the process will start by then, and then the final swearing in would be. So, because they're saying the president has till 7 a.m. this morning. But
you're talking about their time. I'm talking about our
7
time.
That's we are 6 hours ahead of
Nigerian time. It's about the same thing.
Maybe at least we'll be able to look at how that will be able to pan out in this to come. But so there are a lot of expectations. Nigerians at the time, Nigeria as a focal point. We're looking at it from economic angle, social angle, and maybe political dimension. That is another angle where we're actually looking at it from. And we'll likely see that these will be able to touch based on economy-wise, more oil will be produced. Let's see maybe the price of that, because I think you read that there as well in one of the stories about, we woke up, was it not Saturday morning? And then yesterday, Dangote confirmed it as well, about the price of oil, the price of fuel. I was saying oil, sorry about that. The petrol price, was saying ex-depot price now has gone to 955 naira from 899. So, and the reason
that's
why,
not good.
The reason why they cited, I'm just talking about the reason why they decided to connect it to this, because of the market dynamics. Because since throughout last week, the price of oil price was about $80 per barrel. So maybe if more oils are produced, because Russia oil now is, they've actually placed a lien on it. So if more oil of Russia is actually out, that would tend to be able to put a downward pressure on the oil price. And with the downward pressure on the oil price, it will likely be able to feed into the petrol price as well in the long term. So we believe, like, with him coming in and with that promise that he made, that he's going to be able to settle the Russia-Ukraine war in one day, people are really, really on the lookout for that. Let's see by the end of today, if Tuli is able to make a phone calls to both presidents and see if there can be another ceasefire, as was done in the case of Israel-Gaza war. If he's able to do that, and Russia oil actually be able to come back to the mainstream, you get my point now? Maybe that could go a long way. You get my point now? In pushing down the price of oil, in putting down the price of international price of oil, that would therefore feed into the price of the petrol. But with President Trump 2.0 coming in, there are a lot of expectations hanging on his head, and there are a lot of things that needed to actually be sorted out as well. Those promises that he has made, the executive orders, and those other raft of promises that he made out yesterday, talking about the secretary, I think it was mentioning something about the Secretary of State, his nominated Secretary of State, that was just recently confirmed, and he was saying how well done a job he's going to do when it comes to, most especially this Russia and Ukraine war, and how he will likely be able to solve it. So we'll see geopolitical tensions, if it goes down, some of those wars we are talking about, the Sudan crisis, the Russia and Ukraine war, if you're able to at least be able to see a white flag raised and peace returning to those, that will be able to affect a whole lot of things. The food price now, people are worried as to what can likely be able to happen to food prices again. It has remained stable if you look at it in the last 3 months because of the fuel price. Now, with these dynamics now, some of the first station I checked this morning, NNPC has not adjusted. We are hoping, people were saying maybe by the end of today, they'll be, they'll also be able to release like a memo from their hand, announcing maybe an increment in price. But if you look at other independent marketers, they started adjusting prices to like 1,000, 1,025, 1,050. And people are, industry watchers are even saying could go to like about 1,100 naira, maybe with the way it is going up. But I saw one this morning that was 1,000 exactly at my estate, the filling station at my estate bus stop. So there are pros and cons, to the merchants.
Surely,
just like we know very well
going to be lots
that
of
MAGA will actually be, because people are really thinking about
a little bit of, I
a
wouldn't
little
say
bit of
bad,
okay,
but
a little bit of negatives,
a little bit of some not so good, not so nice implications. But I think that it's Trump. Nothing that's not manageable. Okay. Because if we're talking about immigration and all of that, that's not the only country to migrate to. So okay. I'm really optimistic. I'm an optimist. I'm really optimistic about the Trump government, and also
trickling down beneficially to Nigeria.
Yeah, let's just hope, because his policies are quite traditional. So, and when I say quite traditional, in that way,
back to the roots.
In that way, it also will be sort of welcome for Nigerians, because Nigerians are very traditional people, right? So most of the time, most of the things that we tend to approaches that we tend to pick up are things that we picked up from the West, which mostly starts from America, United States of America. Okay. So if it takes us back to the roots, it takes us back to the basics. In that way, it might seem a little bit acceptable for Nigerians. But also, I'm also looking forward to seeing what Vice President J.D. Vance will also be able to achieve in this time as well. But let's see the other big story today. High interest rates said manufacturers cut back on bank loans, and the rider here says that manufacturers seeking other funding options. High lending rates and output decline discourage lending for investment. This is by the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. And then also businesses postpone investment decisions. This one is by analysts. So basically talking about the high interest rate that's actually
due to cutting down and then affecting everywhere. Yeah, but remember that I think since 2023, the interest rate has increased by 13 times.
Which is not a good thing. It's not a good thing.
Of course, remember the argument. The argument was to tame inflation. So in an attempt to be able to tame inflation and put inflation to check, that was actually the argument. Okay. Because most of what they actually said was that, where is it coming from? Is inflation coming from the demand side or from the supply side? The argument is still out there as to wherever it is coming from. So manufacturers, so first, it has actually been able to, so the cost of borrowing, the implication is that the cost of borrowing will actually be on a very high side. A lot of people, a lot of manufacturers who I like to be able to call are the real sectors, that the propellers of the economy, have actually been able to lament the high costs of borrowing because of, so now I think it stood at about 27.25%. That is the rate to borrow. And remember, that is like the benchmark. there's an asymmetric corridor. That means if you now go to the banks, they move from the central bank directly. The banks have like a corridor to be able to add their own to it. So if you're looking at it now, you're talking about an interest of about 30% per month. Tell me how many business will survive with that. To get my point now. So if you take a loan from the bank and you are paying that huge interest rate. So two things will happen. If you are able to afford it, the implication is to be able to push the cost implication back to the final consumers. You add it back to your price and makes your good very expensive. Then coupled with Nigerians at this moment who have actually been pushed to the wall, who do not be able to have enough income to be able to afford those basic necessities, the implication can actually be very, very
There's
massive.
also a rider I want to add, and
Yes,
I hear your take on it. It says credit to
sectors.
records. Credit to sector records first quarterly decline in 2 years.
In 2 years.
Yeah.
Because so so that's, I mean, the implication is not far-fetched. Manufacturers are not coming to borrow as they used to. So the amount in the last report that actually showed to us the last 2 quarters, the second and the third quarter of 2024 revealed massively there is serious level of underborrowing taking place. Some businesses are closing down, entrepreneurs are closing shops, people are trying to be able to retrench workers because of the high interest rates. So it's expected because of the high interest rate. So those that cannot be able to cope, or those whose products are not even elastic enough, I mean, whose product is not something that people can be able to deal with, they have no choice but to do what? To be able to scale back. So retrench workers, trying to be able to throw more people back into the labor market, and then more worryingly, that some of them, the fact that they're exiting shops, they actually close shop, is that there will be less revenue to the government and more people able to go back into unemployment. So I think that has actually been the lamentation, the stories. I think probably what I read there this morning from Vanguard was just analysts of some selected manufacturers who started and they have to be able to close shop in 1 or 2 years. You know what I'm talking about now? So in fact, one of them said he has actually been able to go to like about 2 different businesses.
Oh,
he started one, have to close it, then move to the other one. And then when the cost of, so apart from the borrowing, the other cost of operation itself, you understand? To be able to, cost of energy, you want to buy raw materials and be able to increase. So they are battling with this on this front. Exchange rate, remember, is another, except for those of them that import raw materials to be able to assemble here. So all these have actually been able to put a lot of pressures on manufacturers. So maybe that has affected credit sector borrowing, private sector borrowing, you understand, in a lot of ways. So it has crowded out that investment in a lot of ways and that affected them. But I think there's another thing you read there, and I think it's very important to mention that the Niger crisis, the Niger state, 86 people, the tanker crisis that happened on Saturday, that has been very, very worrying. President, I think we'll have to be able to order that maybe National Orientation Agency will have to be able to do a lot of orientation for Nigerians, because 86 people, initially was 75, they reported more. Maybe those are even, and that one just reported this morning.
And that means it could get
55
more,
are still hospitalized.
Yeah, so
and if you see
them, more than that.
only God knows. If you see them, they are born beyond. We say,
it's really
God.
sad.
So 86 already dead. So what could have happened? What is causing that? You know, that a tanker fall down, and the next thing people will think is to quickly jump into it and be spilling and be scooping fuel.
Really?
You know, sometimes people say, is it poverty?
It is poverty.
Okay. Okay, so because I was thinking poverty is not food poverty, maybe that's what they're doing to you, because okay, you scoop it, you go and sell.
Yes, you want to sell.
Because if you look at the danger, because remember 3 months ago, another one similar incident happened in Jigawa, that about 185 died in that. Similar thing like this that was just touching, people were just burnt in their cars.
So for me, I think the other big challenge is also the challenge of this tankers exploding, because this has happened one too many times. It's become a thing. This explosion thing, it's become a thing. I think so. You know, oftentimes you're moving in traffic, even like normal trailers, not even tankers. Nobody wants to be beside you, because when you look at the trailer, is this Nigeria? The way they shake, the way they shake, just fall down. No, if this thing falls. So how about a tanker? And it's because when you think about the loss of lives and all of this thing, I just wish there's something that could be done. Or can these guys move at night? Can they make sure it's mandatory that they move only at, I don't know, move at night only? Because I think that was supposed to be the plan.
The governor was there. The governor of Niger State when it happened. I think it was Kaduna Niger Road where this incident happened, and it was actually reported because they pinned the blame on the driver who did not attach. So the load he was carrying was not attached well to the articulated vehicle, and so I think it got to a pothole. In the process of actually trying to maneuver it out of the pothole, that's where the thing fell down, and then more worryingly, started spilling. And then people jump onto the road and started scooping the fuel. And
something must be about this tankers that get to fall and then explode. This trailer, something must be done. But this other story up on the very quickly before we move to our next paper, Badenoch again attacks Nigeria again, says that her terrible government, which is Nigeria's terrible government, destroys lives. And I think it actually does tie to this conversation we're talking about this explosion, because this tanker is exploding, because it's everything has like it's like a ripple effect. It comes like this. Why are these tankers? Because I'm asking a question. I thought these tankers and all of these trailers and whatnot, I thought there was a regulation.
Of course.
For them to move at night or something. There has to be something. So it again, look at lives lost. 86 people. We're talking 86 people, and these are lives just and still counting. So when President says we're saddened by our rhetorics, I mean, why are you saddened by our rhetorics? Really?
I think it's not expected. Kemi Badenoch, with all his epithets and expletive, he's always firing at Nigeria every now and then. So I think he made these at the floor of the British Parliament, and it was trying to be able to liken the current Keir Starmer's administration to situation of Nigerians with a lot of promises and over-promise and they under-deliver. As somebody will actually be able to mention that politicians will always be able to campaign, impose, and then they will be able to deliver in poetry. So
obviously, deliver in poetry.
So I was actually trying to be able to make reference to that when he was speaking, attacking British government, but trying to liken British government as well. That the terrible government in Nigeria, trying to say that Keir Starmer is not different from, of course, she's in opposition, and some of those criticisms, those critiques are actually expected of them, because they're expected to be able to form it's a shadow government anyway, to form a government if this administration fails, perhaps. So she has to be able to make that she made that assertion.
She keeps making assertions. She's quite very vocal, and I like that for her. This one is on the Punch newspaper. The Punch newspaper, the big story here says NLC faults fresh petrol price hike, says that the federal government is insensitive, and that continues on page 31 of the Punch newspaper. Up on the left hand side says Labour Party crisis, Obi Otis caretaker panel drags Abure before Supreme Court. And then going on to page 9, it says mass deportation fear, border closure as Trump returns to White House. Again, going back to the conversation we had. And then Edo Tribunal, police tighten security as violence rises. And that goes on page 2. And this one is Gaza, UN, others cheer as freed Israelis reunite with families. And that continues on page 23. Page 16 goes on to say 89,000 Nigerians denied Schengen visa in 2 years, and this is according to reports. 89,000 people trying to leave the country. That's just even the tiny fraction of what's all the people that are leaving. Now, Catholic Church suspends Delta priest over secret U.S. wedding. That's quite an interesting story. And page 36 says Arik Air shareholders tackle AMCON over 455 billion naira debt claim. But I want us to quickly touch on, very quickly before we move to the BusinessDay newspaper, NLC faulting fresh petrol price hike and saying that federal government is insensitive. But the writer goes on to say that Labour fears hike, that a hike will fuel food prices and then increase in line with rising food price, and that is according to Dangote. Quickly, just want to hear your thoughts.
I think we spoke about that a little bit earlier, and it's very important we just be able to touch base on it. So the Labour released their own statement as well when Dangote announced that increment. But that's actually been the case because the Labour always believe that government will have a hand in any price increase. Even though since the sign of the PIA in 2020, Petroleum Industry Act, it is believed that the market forces invisible hand, as they call it, demand and supply, what is actually responsible for the change in the price dynamics. So Labour released their own as well and trying to be able to pin the blame on the government. But as I said, if you look at it this morning, before I enter into the studio, 7 a.m. this morning, NNPC is still selling for 925, even though the major market, the other marketers have adjusted their price. But it's expected from Labour, they will always be able to agitate for welfareist policies, welfare of their members, and believe that these will not only be able to stop, but just like you said, that's a ripple effect, and the ripple effect will only stop on the price and increase of fuel, but will go down to food, which is usually food, transportation costs. And in fact, I can be able to see that this morning when I was trying to be able to get the bus before I was getting a car this morning. They were saying it's about 2,500. With a place of 2,000 naira normally. I thought about the commercial
and
bus.
The 2,000
so
was even a
and next
thing
thing
of
tell
last
you is,
year.
2,000
was
year.
even a thing of last year.
But now
It didn't start out as 2,000 now. It started at about 1,000.
1,007, 1,008. Then when the price came down, okay, so many of them did not adjust, as you can really see. But when they heard about this as well, we say it's 2005, 2007 from our axis to India. So some of them were calling. That's as early as this morning. In fact, I'm actually pitying those that actually be able to come around 7 a.m. this morning. Only God knows how much they will be able to buy the bus. So it's been a very serious issue anyway.
Quite serious, if you ask me. But then let's look at what the Business Day newspaper is saying. This is the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the Business Day TV Breakfast Show. And we're checking out what the Business Day paper is saying this morning. The big story here says oil output stutters as rig count doubles. This one is written by Dipo Oladede, our energy correspondent. And then another big story here says food production seen rising on improved security. Food production seen rising on improved security. This is around agriculture. And then turning on to page 27, the confidence builds that Naira has finally found its footing. Remember at the beginning of about last week, we were talking about how it seems like Naira has gained and is stable to a point. But let's quickly talk about this big story. It says oil output stutters as rig count doubles. Again, it's coming off the back of some of the things that we've already touched on. But just quickly, let me hear your thoughts on it.
I mean, so it's still the target of the 1.8 million barrels and the 2.06 million barrels that we're expecting. Many, remember the rigs are where they were able to get this oil from. So we have many people, apply for the license to get the rig, but the production has not matched up. I think that's the idea there. Production has not fully matched up very well with the number of rigs. Like rig license that have actually been given in the time past. So even though most of the watchers in the space believe that this may actually be different, the Minister of Petroleum Resources, even when he faced the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Enekilokwe for oil, mentioned about trying to achieve the 3 million barrel by the end of this year, and then thumping his chest because he came for budget defense, I think on Thursday. It was there for the budget defense, and was actually saying, so with some of these rigs that have actually been given, some of the licenses that have been given, there's actually a higher tendency that they will be able to meet the target. They couldn't meet that last year, remember? But I think that was actually be able to inform that particular story. So despite giving more oil rigs, the production has not fully matched up to be able to meet that target. And remember, we needed to hit that target to ensure that we have access to our revenue base. The major source of the revenue is actually be able to produce as many oil as possible. And be able to meet our revenue target, we will be able to have this less dollar pressure that's actually coming down regularly on us every now and then. So I think it is very much expected that this year more is needed to actually be done to be able to put a lot of effort, you understand, to sweat these assets and ensure that those rigs are not just lying fallow. Are they really using them for what they're supposed to use them for? Of course, remember, it's for them to be able to explore and prospect oil. Maybe some of them just be able to get it. Could you just be able to acquire a rig for status based? I don't think so. Just I have an oil rig. So we want to believe that you'll be able to acquire it because I don't think it's not a status based thing. So it's supposed to actually be diverted to the purpose for which it should be here marked.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Just before we close, we like to wrap up with our cartoon of the day, and we always have really very interesting, punchy cartoons here on the Business Day newspaper. So the cartoon of the day will be on the screen right now. It's a very interesting image. We have the tax forum troll. So that's like a troll. And then we have for obviously like what chickens feed from. So the tax forum troll has written on it Nigeria's Governors Forum. So we have chickens eating obviously from the troll. And then we have two people, which obviously you can see that they're politicians. I don't want to mention names, but we see obviously that's the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and then someone else. So it says
that should likely be the chairman.
The chairman,
of the Presidential Tax
So
Committee.
they're in that place.
How did you finally get them? How did you finally get them?
So how did you finally get them to eat with such
relish? Because how voraciously they are eating.
Then he goes on to say, I strategically added this secret ingredient to the feed. They love it. So what's the secret ingredient that is strategically added?
Allocation, maybe sharing allocation. Remember, at least the governors, Heart of the Blues on Friday, just came out and said, yes, they threw their weight. They have actually been very, very oppositive. Remember, they've shown their very, very strong opposition to the tax bill. So it was really shocking when the governor of Kwara State, who is actually the chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum, came out and said that, okay, the governors are throwing their weight behind the tax reform bill, even though they made their own propositions and some of their suggestions. And I think that is what actually informed what our cartoonists put down here. Maybe some of those things that we'll actually be able to have there, what to discuss with them, be able to change their mind, because it was just quite sudden. These are governors that have been coming out and saying, no, these will not be able to fly. And then for them to have a sudden U-turn after their meeting and then said, yes, we're not going to be able to support this, and then we are going to be able to give this a go. So maybe that was actually what was actually informed there. It has actually been on. They made their propositions as well in terms of the sharing allocation formula that should be retained. But in terms of the distribution, those criteria, population, derivation, and then need, population derivation, and the other third criteria that was actually used to be able to share the revenue. I think that was what actually be able to that appeased them the more. So maybe just like the man has said, or the man have actually been saying that some of them have not really been able to read the content of the bill. So I think reading it over the last 2 weeks gave them to say, oh, in fact, this is actually for our own benefit rather than, something that's actually be able to speak against us. So it's actually good that we get their buy-ins. It's now be able to now live for the senators, and maybe after they finish with the budget by the end of this month, budget defense should end by 29th, we should be able to have the tax bill coming back on stream and see whether that will be able to scale the hurdles of legislative screening as well.
For me, it's always just the dynamic approach that our cartoonist, Mr. Asuko, tends to portray some of these very interesting societal issues.
National issues. Yeah, national issues.
Yeah,
very vital national issues.
Very vital ones, and he just portrays them in this way. So sometimes I just want to take a peek into his mind, maybe just have like one day in his mind, like a vacation into his mind, and just see what goes on in there. But it's really interesting, really interesting. But that's how we bring it to a close today on the newspaper review on the BDTV Breakfast Show. It's always a joy speaking with you, Mohammed, and that's how we bring it to a wrap today. Thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth. Keep watching Business Day TV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adira was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloths in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finished, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for Adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some Adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book, or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
there's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odulami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adira was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adira production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of
You are watching Business Day television.
Yeah, good morning and welcome back. We are here today to discuss the economy as far as Nigeria is concerned in 2024 in retrospection, and also to look at what it is that we are expecting in 2025 as far as the Nigerian economy is concerned, productivity and all of those issues. This morning we have in the studio the Director General of Nigerian Employers Consultative Association in the person of Mr. Adewale Smart Oyerinde. You are welcome, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Also joining us in the studio to look at this together with the DG is one of the senior editor of Business Day, Mr. Daniel Obi.
Thank you very much.
And you are welcome.
Thank you, Joshua.
Yeah. So let's get starting. DG, I'll come straight to you, and maybe you should start by asking you to look at 2024. How was 2024, especially for the organized private sector? How will you say the organized private sector fared in 2024?
Well, thank you once again for having us. It's our pleasure being here, and thank you also for the beautiful work that the organization is doing.
Thank you.
For us, I think it's a mixed bag of potpourri. You know, if we want to call it that. The new administration came in. They are not really new again because they spent almost 2 years now. So they came in and they took some very, very fundamental steps. You know, exercise some discretion. You know, some forced discretion. You know, that came to shape 2024 the way we found it then. And key amongst them that you all know is the issue of subsidy removal, you know, which changed the dynamics across board. And then the forex, removing the dual market rate on forex and allowing the market to play its role, even though it's still a guided free market, you know. And those two issues created a lot of ripples. While we acknowledge the fact that, you know, the administration met quite a bit of the situation was a bit bad in the context of what was found on ground. Subsidy was already removed, and there was no provision for subsidy before the last administration left. You know, at least up to any time from mid-year, there was no provision for subsidy. Our debt service ratio, you know, the last administration confessed that we are spending over 90%, over 95% to service debt. A lot of money was printed, trillions of money was printed, so that gave us a false sense of safety as a country. Meanwhile, we've dug ourselves deeply in a hole. So, and they say once you find yourself in a hole, the first thing you do is to stop digging. So once you stop digging, it doesn't mean that you're out of the hole. You have to stop digging, then you have to find pebbles, you have to find gravel to fill back the hole. You know, while you are making progress, but the progress you are making is not going to be visible. But until you get yourself back to zero level, then that's when the progress, what it seems as visible progress, we start coming. So 2024 interest rate was high, you know, double digit. We still struggle with double digit. Inflation was where we all found it, which also hit directly at the heart of business. Forex was at the point was almost 2,000 naira per 2,000 naira for $1, which directly hits to the heart of funds for businesses. So everybody that have borrowed cash, you know, borrowed fund a year or 2 years ago at probably when dollars was 400 or 500 or 600 naira per dollar, at the point you just realize you have to start paying back at 2,000 naira, which creates its own dynamics. Regulatory issues still remain part of the challenge we continuously face, and those are part of the contradictions, inherent contradictions that we find in the system. So while some segment of the government is doing its best to create an environment that businesses can operate in profitably, you still find in the same government some sectors or some regulatory authorities or even legislators creating bottlenecks to actually neutralize the efforts that others are making, and which for us is quite a big issue. So it was a potpourri of challenges, of opportunities, of risks we have to take. Then we had the energy crisis, the removal of subsidy for power. We had band A, band B, and most businesses would probably be in band A area. So surely shoot up the cost of production, and you cannot proportionately increase the cost of goods because the consumer spending is also shrinking. So at last count, at the end of 2024, we had close to $500 million, if not more, unsold stocks in the private sector, which also is to the real issue. Because if I have over 500 billion unsold stocks, those stocks are at the risk of expiry, and probably the business is running on credit. So what will you tell the creditors? You know. Then also we had the issue with organized labor, the strikes, the threat to strike concerning the issue of the minimum wage, you know. And for us, you know, your loans don't go on strike. You know, the bank won't tell you, okay, because you are not working, okay, let's put a stop to your interest payment. So businesses were squeezed in 2024. Why there are opportunities, some of the things that government did to stabilize the economy, we saw it, we appreciated it, but the biggest for us coming out of 2024 was probably the deepened engagement, the potential to engage further, the willingness to engage further. Some ministries, departments and agencies they've stepped up engagement more than we had in 2020, 2023 and 2024. So those are flashpoints, those are, when they say there is light at the tunnel, at the end of the tunnel, we seem to be seeing a ray of the light. Open at 2025, we'll burst out in a ray of light.
DG, that's exactly where I want to come in, the engagement with the private sector. Government came in with bold steps, like you mentioned earlier, and towards the 2024, they started engaging. But I'm asking you, don't you think that those engagements, because like you painted the complexity in the economy in 2023-24, which most Nigerians were not aware of. It was, inflation was high, debt was the issue, electricity. But those engagements, don't you think that government should have started early with them to engage you, in order to have a kind of partnership in order to drive the economy?
Absolutely. That is the expectation. In an ideal situation, those engagements, because policies, laws, and programs, they are not ends on their own.
I agree.
There are individuals and businesses that those policies will affect. And you need also those individuals, those organizations to make the policy work. So if they decide to frustrate it, then it becomes much more difficult for government itself to survive. So we had expected that, those engagements should have come in before those actions. And why government might have its reasons. They say, look, we are at a very difficult point, but you still cannot rule out, you cannot excuse the need for engagement. For some ministries, permit me to mention the ministries. I think Ministry of Industry and Investment have been very open, engagement at all levels with the new Minister for Industry and Investment, Dr. Jumoke. The Minister for State has also been very engaging. We've met the Minister of Finance, our country Minister of the Economy. We've had engagements. We've had engagement with some agencies that are also aligning to the need for organized private sector to drive the economy.
Yes.
If we talk of GDP growth, it boils down to how well the organized private sector is doing. If you talk of job creation, it boils down to how well the private sector is doing. If you take the private sector out of the whole equation, then we'll find ourselves in crisis.
And perhaps I should follow. I know sometime in 2022 or 2021 or thereabout, there was this issue that was a sort of a big challenge to NECA. I remember talking about National Assembly, various committees of the National Assembly inviting MDs of private organizations, which I remember NECA went to court to see. I don't know at what level you are now. Has that issue been sorted out? Are you still having this same challenge?
It's still a big issue for us. Now, if I'm an investor and I have 10 billion naira to invest, I look for three or four things. I look for how easy is the regulatory environment, or how predictable is the regulatory environment. I'll look at the judicial system. So if there are crises, if there are disputes with the judicial system, be able to resolve those crises as quickly as possible. And then I look at how easy will it be for me to repatriate my funds.
Yeah.
Those are critical issues. Now, in the context of repatriation of funds, this government have done incredibly well. At the point, some airlines were not even coming to Nigeria again because they had issues repatriating their funds. And this government has done well to pay the whole backlog that they are in foreign airlines. Now, in the context of the legislative area, for us is this. We had contention on the issue of Section 88 and 89 of the Constitution. The Assembly felt they have the right to carry out oversight functions, and the organized businesses felt the Constitution, Section 88 and 89, gave them the right to carry out oversight functions on agencies, ministries, and departments that government appropriate funds. So if government does not appropriate funds to a private organization, then the National Assembly doesn't have the right to carry out oversight function on those organizations. They are executive agencies that are constitutionally created to adjudicate issues on those agencies. Like NSITF, there's an NSITF Act that empowers the NSITF to regulate, to even also appropriate sanctions and to manage the funds. There is ITF Act, there is National Local Content Act. So all those agencies, they are created by the Constitution to interface with organized businesses. So our position is, look, it should be double jeopardy for organized businesses. It is time wasting to, while you have interacted with your direct executive agency that is overseeing your activities, then you are still called at the National Assembly level to say, come and give account for what you are being held accountable for. So those are the critical issues. And for us, beyond being destructive to organized businesses, it also sounds a negative flag to investors. So look, if I had gotten a clean bill of health with NSITF, with ITF, with Ministry of Interior, then if the National Assembly have challenges, then they should deal with those agencies. If the law setting up those agencies are not strong enough, then they should work on strengthening those laws. But jumping the agency to come to organized businesses, for us, we feel is destructive. And that's why we went to court. It's not personal. It's just for the court to interpret the law, to say, look, yes, the National Assembly have the right. The National Assembly doesn't have the right. And we have judgments, even up to the appeal court. They have found that the National Assembly doesn't have the right. So our position is, look, the Assembly should just respectfully, respect the law and wait for their Supreme Court to give the final judgment. But that hasn't been the case. Even as at Friday, we still had members, still coming to say they've received one letter from one committee or the other. And it will surprise you that the House of Reps have over 100 ad hoc committees. The Senate have almost the similar number of committees. Now imagine all of those committees breaking down organized businesses, inviting them for one investigative hearing in Abuja or the other. And flight is not cheap now. So it's those are our concern, and it's just for us it's seeking the clarification from the court to say, look, this is right, basically an interpretation of the Constitution. So it's not a personal battle with the National Assembly, but it's part of the need for us to continuously build institutions, so that each institution, each agency, each arm of government know its limits, know its rights, and know its responsibilities.
Okay, in 2024, I know that one of the issues that you have alluded to here is the issue of industrial relations. But I know that in 2024, it was relatively stable. I'm trying to follow up. It wasn't so bad, really. I don't know what you will attribute that to. And then in 2025, what are the measures that you think can be put in place to further strengthen industrial relations between the employees and the employers, which is the body that you represent?
Thank you. For us in NECA, the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, we preach responsible enterprises. Enterprises that are responsible to the internal stakeholders, which is their workers, and the union, and also responsible to government in the context of paying your taxes, paying all your dues. And in 2024, I think one of the key issues, one of the things that we can attribute that to was, I think, the first half of 2024, we were all focused on negotiating the national minimum wage. So there was no reason to fight. So we're all engrossed at the committee level, negotiating the national minimum wage. So the fight, if you call it fight, or the engagement, was limited to the room, to the committee room. So the banters were done in the room, wasn't done in the public place. So I think that was what sufficed till about April, May, June. Around June thereabout, our colleagues in the union started the issue of putting pressure on government to implement the minimum wage, and that created some level of distortion in the business. But we keep engaging, basically. And if you remember, even before the government made this pronouncement, the organized private sector had gone ahead to give some level of support directly and indirectly to their member companies. We have organizations that came up with the hybrid form of work so that they can reduce pressure on their staff because of the high cost of energy and high cost of transportation. We have businesses that also started giving their employees products, just to cushion the effect of we have employers that have even increased salaries without the prompting of the union. So we had responded responsively to the challenges of the employee. So it wasn't more of crisis in the private sector. So the focus was basically in the public sector, where government was not doing much, and when government also signed the issue of wage awards, it was also difficult for government at a point to honor the issue of wage awards. So, but we continue to engage the union at the back. We continue to preach the issue of let social dialogue, let it reign in this context of our engagement. Because if the bed, like a local adage will say, if the tree is not stable, then the bird cannot conveniently perch on it. So if organized businesses that is already challenged is pushed further into the precipice, then the first or the biggest casualty will be the workers.
Okay. All right, DJ, come in here. You're talking about pillars of driving the economy, which you started earlier, and I think I underscored that, both macro and micro pillars. Again, you didn't talk about insecurity. It appears it is, but again, is that where are we? Because we are hearing. I'm going to ask two prompt questions here. Where are we on FDI? Looking at those pillars, insecurity. Look at inflation. Look at interest rate. Where are we in FDIs? In coming into the country, because we are hearing different figures, to drive down the unemployment rate, which you represent. Again, is inflation is high at 34%. It has really pushed some of us down the ladder. Many Nigerians even the 70,000 minimum wage cannot take them home anymore. So what can we do to really? I know CBN is trying on that aspect, on that corridor, but what can we do to actually drive inflation down?
For FDI, the president has traveled far and wide.
Yeah.
And we say this, that look, even if the president relocates to Europe, every investor is a rational investor.
Agree.
And capital will go to an environment where it can maximize profit. Now, if I'm an investor, and I have $100 billion to spend, I'll probably meet the Ministry of Trade and Investment to sound out, okay, what are opportunities. I'll meet the National Investment Promotion Council of the country, okay, what are the investment opportunities. I'll probably Google some information about the country. But the information that will sway me is a call to another business owner that I know in the country to say, how is it on ground? His comment, testimonial, will influence me more than whatever the country will say. Now, except an investor that is coming to game the country or to game the system or to contribute to the corruption in the system, that will not mind whatever is happening. I say, okay, don't worry. If we can game the system, if we can run it the way they want it to run, then let's go. So for us, FDI has not met the expectation of even government, apart from portfolio investment. People that just bring in their money, put it in shares, they made their money, they cash out. But real foreign direct investment, we've not had it so good. And it boils down to, if you don't deal with those contradictions, you don't deal with the issues, because look, in the last 2-3 years, we have some very, very important brands leaving this country. You have Microsoft leaving, you have Procter & Gamble leaving, you have GSK leaving. Those are big brands. Those that are not leaving yet, they've cut down their production capacity. Some are changing their production models, making the country a sales point where they look. Those are signals that an investor will look, okay, where are you living? If the investment, yes, some are coming. Then you have to interrogate those that are coming. That if some credible ones are leaving or they are reducing their production capacity, then what is the interest of those that are actually coming? Are they coming to serve the country, or they are coming because they've seen loopholes where they can actually game the system? On the issue of inflation, I think it all boils down to simple economics. Because we try to just bring it down to simple economics, so that sometimes we use the grammar to just confuse ourselves. Inflation is general increase in price level, basically. And one of the way to address it, simple economics 101 for us, is just increase your production capacity. Increase production capacity. Once you are producing at a level that you can feed or meet your local needs, then naturally the law of demand and supply will come in and play its part. You mentioned the issue of security. Food inflation. If the farmers cannot go to farm, or if they can farm and they cannot harvest, it naturally, the law of demand and supply comes because demand will naturally upscale supply, which make the price to increase. And generally, all the goods you have, go to the manufacturing, go to the real sector, and you can connect with the challenges that they are facing. So, and those are the big drivers of inflation. If we don't deal with our production capacity, then we are digging more hole for ourselves. And come to think of it, we pride ourselves as the biggest country in Africa. The AFCFTA has come to stay, which is the reality. But we are private to be in a conversation late last year where the Director General of what's this organization?
What do they do? What are they into?
Okonjo-Iweala was
WTO.
WTO. Okonjo-Iweala was there.
WTO.
And then the WTO was there. Then World Health Organization also was there. And the conversation was, look, how will Africa itself, or how will Nigeria, because it was distilled down to Nigeria, maximize the benefit of the AFCFTA when some countries, still in Africa, are still subsidizing their production, are still subsidizing the private sector in those countries. So as they subsidize the private sector, that means those private sector, they can produce cheaper than we can produce. So it makes the average cost of our goods higher than a similar product that is also coming to compete within the context of the AFCFTA. So those are the areas that we really need to look at. And the support for the real sector, I think the government need to face it and face it squarely. It is not a palliative that the real sector needs, but we need real support. If we don't call it subsidy, but we need real support to make the real sector to grow, because therein lies the job that we are missing, the productivity that we are missing, the real sector, the GDP growth that we're talking about, they all lies within the context of all these issues. And while the economy is growing, and we should not lose sight of it, you can be growing, but your growth is not inclusive. Yes. We have about 4 or 5 sectors that is actually driving this economy. So if you pick the average economic growth, you probably will have a wrong figure, because 5 or 5.5 sectors actually contributing the largest. So if you pick the average, you think you are growing proportionately, but meanwhile it's those 5 sectors that are giving you the wrong figure, thinking you are growing.
Thank you, DG. Unfortunately, we don't have so much time for us to go on and on. There's so much to talk about, but we are limited by time. We want to thank you so very much for coming, and we hope that next time we call, that you will oblige us.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us once again.
Thank you, Dan, for joining us in the studio.
Thank you very much.
That's all time will enable us to take. Stay tuned. Business Day TV will continue with other programs. Thank you.
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloths in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880. It's now like 15,000. 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for Adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some Adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDay NG.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. As a Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth, and here we bring to you some of the interesting conversations making the rounds on social media. Joining me to discuss some of these interesting trends today is Obidike Okafor, is our social media analyst, and I've also got here Norma Ogbona. She's a presenter here at Business Day TV. I will be beginning with quite some interesting stories, and I'll come back to you, my analyst, my guest here today. To begin with, an officer of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission was tragically killed and another seriously wounded after suspected internet fraudsters known as Yahoo Boys opened fire on anti-graft operatives in Anambra on Friday. Now, the operatives dispatched from the EFCC's Enugu Zonal Office were on a mission to apprehend the suspects when the violent confrontation occurred. The ambush led to the death of one officer, while another was critically injured and remains hospitalized. Authorities have detained a male suspect in connection with the attack, though his identity has not yet been disclosed. Details about whether the suspect has legal representation remain unclear. But we'll check out how netizens are reacting to this story on social media, and then I want to get your reactions, Mr. Obidike, and you also, Norma, on this conversation. Now, that comment is from Black Diamond. Black Diamond goes on to say, it went to break someone at the middle of the night. Now, he was sent to meet his ancestors. You can't eat your cake and have it. That's according to Black Diamond. Amy Whatever says, not justifying the person that shot the officer, but this is what you get when you break into someone's house in the middle of the night to arrest them. It's probably self-defense. That's according to Amy. Oladele A says that the federal government should not allow the person who committed this crime to go free. It needs to be taught a significant lesson. That's according to some of the reactions we could take on social media. But I want to hear your thoughts on this conversation. I'll start with you, Obidike. What do you make of this story? Firstly, it's really sad that we lost someone in the heat of this entire thing, but I want to hear your own thought.
Well, okay, first of all, it happened in my state. I'm from Anambra State. And the first question I wanted to ask is, aren't there operatives in Anambra State that can be monitoring the situation? And that's one. Then secondly, why will the operatives come at night? Anambra is not, generally, Anambra is, there are still worries over an unknown gunman. So going to someone's house at night and person not being sure who the people coming are, whether they are armed robbers or whether they are unknown gunmen or whatever it is, the normal reaction is to defend yourself. I feel if the EFCC wanted to make these arrests, they should have gone during the daytime.
During the daytime,
when
yes.
It was clear, and when they can see their uniforms and see their names and everything, and then take it from there. I think the approach by the EFCC was questionable. And it's unfortunate that an officer lost his life. According to some things that went around the internet, they said the officer was supposed to be getting married soon or something like that. I'm not too really sure about that, but if that's true, then it's sad development.
Very, not just sad, it's actually tragic, but I do see where you're coming from when you mentioned that they should actually have taken a different approach. Sure. I mean, going in the daytime. And this is also likened to the story we spoke about last week, the Ibom Air thing. It's always about some of the way that our authorities go about some of the things they do. It's not in the thing that they're doing. It's not that it's wrong or whatnot. It's just about the way they go about it. But Norma, I want to hear your own thoughts on this story.
Well, I definitely agree with Mr. Obidike because the Southeast has been under this kind of tension where people were even scared to travel back home for Christmas, even though people still just, braved it and went on ahead. So the process that they carried out was actually very wrong by going to someone's house in the middle of the night. So anyone will be triggered, like you're just in your house and then you start hearing maybe someone banging at your door or something, and you already know that thieves are around this area. The natural response would be to defend yourself. Even if you don't have a gun or anything, you would want to defend yourself. So I believe that the EFCC is, with this experience, that they're going to put up maybe a good structure to apprehend whoever they feel is wrong or is doing something that they shouldn't be doing.
And humans will always have this fight or flight response.
Exactly.
To things generally. And it's quite tragic. I saw a post by Solomon Buche earlier today where he said he had to take down his post because I think he was talking about the fact that it serves the person right But then some people were dragging that this is the life that we're talking about here. As much as I get what you're trying to say, but we're also talking about a life here. So he had to take down the post saying that this is the point he's trying to make, in terms of just alluding to what you've said, that they have to go with a different approach, because he said his brother, I think he said his brother was, I don't know if he lost his life, but he said something about the EFCC coming and then attacking his brother last year. So he's still aggrieved about it. It's like someone that has been on the receiving end. So that's why it came that heavy. But he had to take down the post because, as a public figure, there are certain things you would say and how it could be misconstrued. But let's move on now to how the US law banning TikTok has come into effect, although I understand that it has now been postponed. But this happened sometime, this has been ongoing for a while now, and then I understand that right now there's been some sort of, I think it's been postponed for a while. It's been postponed for a while. So, but let's see how people are reacting to it on social media very quickly. Before then, I'll come to you. Now, Piccadilly Lily says TikTok is a very bad platform for violence. It should be banned worldwide. That's according to Piccadilly Lily. Daniel Rega goes on to say it's ironic how OnlyFans is allowed in the United States, but TikTok gets banned. Make it make sense. Daniel Rega always has an opinion on everything, and that's why I like him. 21 says, I don't think people understand how many small businesses are on TikTok. It will be more devastating to small businesses than the COVID lockdowns. Now, let me just go on to just add a little bit of background. Late on Saturday, a message appearing on the TikTok for United States users said a law banning TikTok had been enacted, meaning you can't use TikTok for now. Now, this video sharing app was banned over concerns about its links to the Chinese government, and it was given until 19th of January, which was yesterday, to be sold to an approved US buyer to avert the ban. Now, President Joe Biden has said he would leave the issue to his successor, who is now to be sworn in, President Donald Trump. Now, the president-elect said he will most likely give TikTok a 90-day reprieve from a ban once he takes office on Monday, which is today. But yesterday I'd seen a social media user, I think his name is Inikash, and he had posted about, he's a Nigerian, but he's based in the United States, and he had gone back to the United States, and then he posted on Instagram saying that people will not find me anywhere, now people cannot find me anywhere, I cannot use my TikTok and all of that. And people talking about how so many lives that were actually changed on TikTok. I have a cousin that makes a lot of money on TikTok, and people were just talking about, youth, when you take some actions, which might be important, but you also have to think of the people that have lost businesses, lost like source of livelihood to some of this platform. But it brings me to something that I think is really important in the use of social media, and it's a conversation that we've been having for a while now, how for the younger generation, as the Gen Zs and all of that, many people make use of social media and as a tool and as a way to make money. But then again, you cannot only centralize your job on the social media platform. That's what I believe, because I don't think it's enough to wake up in the morning and do some kind of funny content and then people send, what's that thing they do on TikTok, like your wallet, they send you money. Like, is that what you're waking up to do in the morning? It's nice to be a side, but there has to be something else. But I want to hear your thoughts on TikTok being banned in the United States, or generally, and the use of social media in itself, and how exactly what I said, and it being a form of the major form of source of livelihood for young people. What do you think about it?
First of all, quite a number of young people have, their whole life is TikTok. They sleep TikTok, they drink TikTok, they wake up TikTok. They fiddle with Instagram a bit, but TikTok is like their main source of livelihood, and they don't do any other thing else. But it's important that they understand that diversifying is important, because of things like the ban So if somebody has immersed himself in TikTok and they ban TikTok, will the person fold up and die? What happens to the person? So it's important that we understand that TikTok is good. The difference between TikTok and Instagram is that, unlike Instagram, where they filter content, there are certain things they won't allow on Instagram. TikTok
is for
it's free reign, and and all of that. So I think that's why people lean towards TikTok more, because of some of the restrictions on Instagram. People feel a little bit more freer. So when announcements like banning TikTok comes, people will feel the effect more, because they feel they are allowed to express themselves more when they are on TikTok. But I think for the ban in US, Donald Trump said something when he was talking about it in his last rally before his inauguration today, and he said that Republicans normally don't get the young vote, but in this election, the young vote was quite high, and that's one of the main reasons why he was considering, like giving TikTok. And he said a lot of them are on TikTok. He even mentioned the name of a specific TikTok handle, and was saying that he knows that this ban could affect someone like that, and these are the people that voted for him to become president. So he's giving them that grace period, so that maybe an American can buy it out and then TikTok can continue. But if an American buys it out, whether it will still be the same TikTok, because TikTok is owned by Chinese, and one of the main reasons why Americans were a little bit skeptical about TikTok is because they feel that the Chinese were extracting people's data and using it maybe for whatever reasons, and they are not comfortable with that. But so if they sell TikTok to an American, I don't know if it's still the same, whether there will be no rules. Like the same way Twitter changed to X. Of course, some things change with
whether those agreements will be the same,
or whether some things will change. So those are some of the things those are some of the dynamics to also look at. But generally, I think it's a good idea to use this period of the whole conversations around, now that the conversations I have around TikTok, to also look at TikTok intrinsically and try to understand the best ways to approach when it comes to TikTok or social media generally, because social media has made and has destroyed people. Social media has exposed a lot of things and all of that.
The cons, if you ask me.
No, I agree totally, but I also feel that it's for me, social media, discussing around social media is a continuous discussion, because things change. Nothing is constant. Changes keep coming. So you have to keep driving those conversations to see how it can make things better for everyone.
Norma, it would be interesting to hear your own perspective on this from like the Gen Z approach and the usage of TikTok. Do you think that we understand that it had to be, the reasons why it had the whole banning conversation, it wasn't about what the platform was doing, was majorly, I would say, a little bit of like some kind of political interest. But just from your own angle as a young person, also, which is in the demographic of the people that mostly use TikTok, what are your thoughts on it getting banned?
Well, I think that the ban was definitely political, because first, Donald Trump was the one that put out the motion that TikTok should be banned. Like in 2020, he had done everything to sell it off at first, and there was just this conversation that he was going to take the app off Play stores and everything. And I think one of the reasons that came about was because of the Black Lives Matter movement, because like you said, TikTok does not censor a lot of things like Meta does. And right now, I think Meta has already released a statement that they will no longer be censoring certain words and certain information, and they will set up kind of a system where someone will now have to be the one to verify whether this news is correct. So they've gotten rid of their fact checkers. And if we look back in 2020, that entire, let's say, rally that black people were going for in America really disturbed Donald's government at the time, and it put white people, mostly the conversation is the ones that are so rigid with their white supremacy, put them in a very uncomfortable position where they couldn't run away from any place. Like, they're on Instagram, they are seeing the whole Black Lives Matter movement. They're on TikTok, it's there. So they started complaining. And also, one of the reasons why I think that the ban was also very, very political was because of the incel movement. I don't know if you are aware of this. There's something called incel for Gen Z. It's mostly a short form of, let's say, a slang that says that someone is involuntarily celibate, which is like no one wants you, that kind of thing, like people that are just in the corner of the class and no one wants them. Yes, so these people, mostly men and young guys, they are people who have maybe been rejected by their crushes in high school, and then they just formed this little movement where they are now hating on women, and they're just bringing up anything you can think of that just puts them in a place of like supremacy. And one of them also is that the majority of those in these incel groups, they are white people. So them just coming about and saying, oh, we voted for Donald and all that, and you should keep the app, you know, it just highlights the fact that black people are being marginalized in ways that, even in the most minuscule manners, like they are marginalized even down to like the TikTok, because TikTok was like the major drive to having a successful Black Lives Matters movement back in 2020. So Donald now showing up and saying, oh, you know, because of this group of people that voted for me, I'm not going to ban it again. It's kind of trying to play Jesus when you're the one that set the fire. There's this thing that Igbo people say where you are cutting something inside the bush, then you come out and ask, who is the person cutting that thing? You get. So it's just the situation. So I believe that the ban is very political. It's something that he's going to bring up or pull up and say, oh, you see, remember I brought back TikTok. Don't forget, like these other people wanted to ban it, and I brought back TikTok. And also the comment you made about people using TikTok as their major source of living. I believe that my generation is smart enough to have websites, because I know that websites are one of those things that everyone is like, get a website, no matter how tiny it is, even if it's the one you're paying a little amount of money just to keep monthly, get a website. So I think mostly people that were affected are people who, like one girl on TikTok, she said her parents asked her to get her degree and she was like, no, TikTok is going to take care of her. So I think it's those who do, just a little number of people. They are not really
You don't
large.
think that they are in the majority?
I don't think they are in the majority, because I believe that Gen Z,
they're actually in the majority.
I think they're in the
majority. But I believe that Gen Z is wise enough to have. I know that yes, TikTok was the main funnel, like driving the traffic to their websites. But I do believe that we are smart enough to make the decision of having websites. So that's what I was believing.
I think what you are doing is you're advocating, because I don't think that you are generally in that umbrella, like you are smart enough. I think it's more of you just advocating that you believe that you are smart enough.
For me, I feel those who focus on social media are in the majority, because, for example, I know someone like, what's his name? Pella. I don't think Pella has a website, but he's on Instagram, he's on YouTube,
but then it will actually be, it will shock you.
I'll be shocked, please. He shocked me. Because even most of the time when he's talking, he mentions YouTube, he mentions Instagram, he mentions all the other channels. But he's never mentioned like a website. He always talks about his social media channels are the ones, and in YouTube and all, they're the ones that bring money, and he talks about the amounts he makes on each of them and all of that. So in my mind, I'm like, if somebody is talking about those social media handles or YouTube and all those places, and mentions the money that he makes, up to the kind of amount he makes, I don't see any reason why he doesn't bother to get the website.
I understand, but the website is just at least to have like a landing page for people to know. But
I think that's
many of them
don't really for the people who think in that direction. But generally, once you have that thing and it's bringing money for you, why in the name of God do you want to start doing website? Because websites He's spending money. You spend money to maintain the website. But this
Yes,
one is
and you
already
have to
set up.
renew
And
it
I have to
as
renew
well.
it. But this one is set up already and it's set up for.
And you have to
for
talk
life
about the
and
fact that it actually, apps like TikTok especially, really help people to blow.
Yes.
Like in a way that, just for people that might be wondering what blow means, the blow is just to be quickly successful in a way that you never have expected, because people just, it's like the most very interesting thing. I was telling you about it's like a cousin of mine that I know, and I'm like, what exactly? Because he says that he's making money on TikTok. So me and myself and my sister asked him, so what exactly is this thing that you do? Because we know what you do. Like, so how does this, like, we don't really know what you do. We know what you do. We know what you do, that you are not doing anything. So we're like, what are you doing? So he said there are people that just like him, like some white people. He will post content and then they will send money to his wallet. And I'm like, is that what you just make up in the money and you just make money? And he said in 2 months, like daily, he was telling us that in 2 months, like daily, he's getting like 200. And that was when it just started. So I can imagine now. So it would be nice. Thankfully, it's not banned in Nigeria, but thinking about it.
Nobody can ban TikTok in Nigeria.
I do not agree with that, because they've banned Twitter before, and I remember having to access Twitter with VPN, and it was so fun because I wasn't
Twitter that much.
I wasn't an active user of Twitter at the time, but I just feel like there is this thing of, okay, this thing is not allowed, so let me even see why they banned it. So I had to use VPN to access it. So I don't think that any app
but on the very positive note, Elon Musk comes on Twitter and says that they would more likely be replacing TikTok with Vine. I don't know if anyone of you knows Vine.
Yeah,
Vine used to exist years ago, but Vine had the same sort of a little bit of a concept like TikTok.
Yeah.
So if they replace that with TikTok, good and fine. But that's where we bring it to a close today. Thank you so much for joining me on this conversation, OBDK and Norma. It was really great speaking with you. And that's how we bring it to a wrap here on the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we highlight some of the conversations making the rounds on social media, and then we have conversations with them on this conversation. And like we like to say, we listen, we actually don't judge. We actually don't judge. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I will see you tomorrow.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to BDTV, and today we'll be talking about the energy sector, looking at solar adoption in Nigeria and Africa at large. My name is Abubakar Ibrahim, an energy correspondent and journalist for Business Day, and we have a team from Sinashi SAS who are here to talk to us about solar energy adoption in Nigeria and Africa, the reason why we've been having gaps, slow adoption, and also the opportunities and offerings that they have for the Nigerian public. Without further ado, we have Dr. Joseph Agu, who is the president of Sinashi SAS, and Dr. Neshi Ezeako, who is a director in the organization, and Mr. Uzo Okeke, who is a partner with Sinashi SAS on concerns installation and manufacturing. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
All right. So I'll start with you, Dr. Agu. I would like you to walk us through the journey of Sinashi SAS, where you start, why did you start, and what has been the experience so far?
Thank you. I am an IT and energy expert, interested in contributing to the energy problems in Nigeria. The journey has been very long, okay, but it's started concretizing itself when the cost of off-grid solar solutions became affordable so that people in Africa can afford it. And but then the journey, the evolution of the technology developed from small systems that were not of business use to what we have today, having solar solutions that are powering commercial and industrial applications. But that requires a different level of professionalism, which doesn't exist today, and quality of products. So Synergy was curated to address this gap. So we focus on end-to-end capability development of solar solutions, and we also try to address the quality of products in this area, which is basically the energy storage component of the solution. So that is the area of Synergy. I might give more details as the need arises during the discussion.
All right, thank you very much. I'll move to Dr. Ezeaku now, and I want her to talk to us about what she does in the energy space, and coming from Rwanda, why Rwanda? Why not Nigeria?
Excellent question. Thank you. Yes, I am the Managing Director and CEO of Mirasire Energy Limited Rwanda. Mirasire is a Kenya-Rwanda word that stands for sun radiation. And we deliberately created that company because basically the system in Rwanda, the policy, the government policy, the environment was conducive for renewable energy. So we chose to use Rwanda as our hub. And there is from Rwanda to the rest of Africa. Yes, some people have asked why Rwanda is a small market, and compared to Nigeria, the consumption and consuming power is limited. The size of the population is less. Yes, that's true. But nonetheless, there's a deliberate policy in Rwanda to actually encourage green energy, to actually encourage renewable energy. A case in point, actually, is the electric vehicle industry, whereby if you import electric vehicles into Rwanda or even hybrid vehicles into Rwanda, it's at 0% tax. However, if you import diesel-powered vehicles or petrol-powered vehicles, it's at, wait for it, 75%. Wow. So you can see that there's a deliberate policy to encourage renewable energy. So that was a huge attraction.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am, for that short insight. I'll also come back to that because, like you said, we have the numbers, and you've talked about policies, and as a driver to making that decision to making Rwanda the hub from where you now spread or supply through the rest of Africa. So, Mr. Okeke, next will be you, and I'm looking at solar installation and also manufacturing in Nigeria, even in Africa, if you were to look at it at large. You are focused on this sector in that regards. What has been the challenges? What has been the opportunities, when it comes to the supply, the demand, and the adoption? You probably, you are the middleman between the organization and the end users to say, what have you experienced?
Thank you very much. That's a good question. The solar adoption rate in Nigeria or timing has come a long way. But as it stands up till this moment, the challenge in the Nigerian markets, which, we are partnering with Synergy to, deal with is the issue of quality. There's a lot of failure in installations, that it's an offshoot of experience, information, knowledge, technology, and also the quality of products. These are major issues in the Nigerian market. And that has, brought us to a place where very many Nigerians do not even believe or know that solar, installations could deliver and really deliver, no matter the size, starting from normal basic home use to commercial and probably industrial, because of these issues. So we are partnering with Sinach to fill in this gap, make sure, people understand what is possible and deliver on what is possible. So that's our part in this market. And then we also represent some manufacturers. But, the truth, like I said, is there's a lot of deficiency in the area of quality of products.
I'll stick with you. You represent manufacturers, so obviously there are some components that you need to bring in from other countries. So how has been your experience with custom and also quality assurance?
Well, those are some of the major challenges of the environment that we operate in. Quality assurance, it's neither here nor there. Basically, there are a few products in the market that meets quality standards. And then maybe as this conversation continues, you'll be able to understand why we are now moving our focus in partnership with Sinach, because of that information gap, technology, and quality of products, so that we are able to come up with installations that you can go to bed and say, this is what it is. And, before now, it's difficult to give certain level of warranty with installations, but working with them, we are able to, for the first time in Nigerian markets, be able to give warranties of 10 years and above on installations. That is the first time in this market.
That's a very big feat, if you ask me. And we're talking about solar, we're talking about renewable energy, we're talking about energy transition. And we all know that Nigeria is a petrol-run country per se, because the average man out there has a small generator that is using petrol to power his barbing saloon. The other guy on the roadside prefers petrol, tricycle, motorcycle, and all of that. So, and now from what you just said, I think more of advocacy is needed. So what's is going on in that space, especially when it comes to advocacy, Dr. Jack?
In fact, one of the major products that we sell, if you like, is capability development and knowledge empowerment. You see, when I saw Dr. Agbo again, after many years of not having seen him, he told me that he had retired from HP France, in Europe. And I said to him, retire? God has invested so much in you, and you have to give back to the African continent, because God wants return on his investment. And that's the truth, because when I look at his profile, there are not many Africans that have that experience, that's hands-on experience, that intellectual exposure, that's academic exposure in energy, in solar, in technology, all in one person. So I said, look, the young generation can actually benefit from this knowledge. Impart it to them, and knowing our young people, they're all very brilliant. They run with it. they will take it far beyond even what you expect. So that's, has been part of our major offerings. In Rwanda, we train engineers, young engineers, to help them to know how to assemble our batteries. In Nigeria, we do the same, and so on. We also have other locations like South Africa, like Uganda, and so on, and we're growing. Okay, so when you talk about advocacy, nobody better to deliver on this advocacy. Also was talking so much about the issue of quality. Quality comes from the place of knowledge. And apart from the battery being the main pain point in terms of the equipment, really in the industry, another main pain point is knowledge gap, like he rightly pointed out. That knowledge gap is a huge difference between someone putting out their investment, as Dr. Agu will always call it. He says someone has put in an investment and he wants the person to have, value for that investment they put in. Because solar energy actually involves a lot of initial outlay. But the real benefit starts coming after a period of 3 to 5 years. Then you are kind of coasting. You're home and dry. The cost is completely run out when you compare it to what you would have spent on the grid. And then, you are literally having power for free. So if it doesn't get to 3 to 5 years, then there's a big problem, because it means you have to make that investment all over again. And part of the reason that happens is that we have people who just, they're excited because solar works. They install the panels, and then when the panels are installed, there's like, up NEPA or something like that. But at the end of the day, after a year, there's a problem. After 2 years, there's a problem. It shouldn't be. So we want people to enjoy the long-term range. So I also was talking about our 10-year warranty. That is very correct. But in addition to that, the batteries come with a 10-year warranty. An ab initio. But with our maintenance contract, we take it to 20 years warranty, because we train the technicians on ground to be able to maintain it locally. Because ordinarily, your warranty, you need to ship your equipment back to the manufacturer. Now we have people on ground who can actually handle the equipment because they've been trained. And that's really a very key differentiator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yaku. So I'll move to Dr. Agu now to continue from where you stopped, and that is on the adoption, the acceleration of solar energy in Nigeria. So let's take a background. Last year, the grid fell, or should I say collapsed, 12 times on record in 2024. And this is a nation of over 200 million people. You think that if you're having grid issues, people want to jump on the opportunity to move to off-grid, and because then you can have value for money to some extent. So why is Nigeria, a country of over 200 million people that has grid issues, not adopting solar energy the way you'd have thought? Because if you look at the African Solar Industry Association recent report, Nigeria is number 4 in Africa, fourth to South Africa, Egypt, and Zambia. So what is this problem, and what are the likely solutions?
Personally, I think that the first major problem is government policy. In France, where I live, the government subsidizes the installation of solar electricity in residential buildings. In Germany, the government subsidizes not only the installation of the panels, but also it encourages individuals to equip themselves with energy storage facilities so as to kind of liberate the main grid from being overcharged. In Nigeria, I'm not aware of that policy where if you want to install a solar facility in your building, the government will give you some incentive to encourage you to do so. That is one. Then, two is the initial cost of such facilities. Thank God today the prices are coming down, but they are still at that level where it represents a substantial investment on individuals, even on business organizations, to bring out such a huge amount of money to invest in solar electricity. Then the third is this lack of quality. You are investing in a solution that is not reliable, that does not last. You don't. That's value for money. Is not there, and that is the key area where Synergy is actually deeply involved and making all efforts to bridge this gap, because there's a knowledge gap both on the installation side because of poor sizing. There's a shift in mindset that needs to be made. If you are connected to the grid, you power any appliance that you want to power anytime at all when there is electricity. But when you are off-grid, you can only use what you can produce. So if you run out, if you consume all that you have produced, you will run out of electricity. So this knowledge gap of actually determining your need from the onset, that now will help to know, okay, what quantity of panels you install, what the number of loads that you can run at the same time, that will help you to size the inverter, okay, and then the storage facilities that you need. If all these things are not getting right properly, you might invest in more in one component and still not get the expected value. So this knowledge gap that is missing is a third point. So, and Synergy is seriously involved in this capability and knowledge development, as well as trying to devise a means to secure the investments that individuals and organizations make on these solar installations. That would be a more incentive when somebody knows that I invest this amount and I have 10 years warranty or even 20 years warranty end to end. And there is another very important point that people are not yet addressing today. You just make an installation, a solar installation, and the installer installs and goes. Today, if there is a problem on your electricity installation, you might call NEPA or whoever that is responsible. But when you move to off-grid solutions, if anything goes wrong, after the installation and you have paid the installer, it is your full responsibility. You don't have somebody before you to call and say, I don't have light. So Synergy is introducing this warranty that will cover end-to-end solution for 20 years so that you know what you are investing on and how long it will take you. We think that will encourage people to now adopt these solar solutions.
All right, thank you very much, sir. You've touched practically the reasons for low adoption, what can be done, or what you are doing as a body, as an organization, to see that people see the benefits of your offerings so that they can also jump on solar adoption in the country and at large Africa. So my question then will be on the knowledge gap and also the job. According to ILO, that's the International Labour Organization, as at last year, the renewable energy job in the world is over 16 million, 60.2 million to be precise. So what are you looking at? What is your organization doing in terms of local? You've talked about having people on ground. What are the numbers, and what are you projecting the numbers could be in a restriction? So, Dr. Isaac.
In terms of the numbers, we collaborate with partners. Okay, our approach is not to employ 2 million Africans, but rather to empower millions of Africans who can go on and even empower others, so that journey goes much further. Okay, so you heard Uzo talking about how he partners with us. He's one of our partners, and it's very important. Every country we go to, we identify a partner at least, and we train them, because we want our partners to be knowledgeable. We want our partners, everybody doesn't have to go and get a doctorate in energy like Dr. Ago. Okay, but from the knowledge that he has, we can communicate that to others and let them add that to what they also add already and take it even further. So that's the approach that we take. And we believe that it's a matter of time. Africa is definitely going to be better for it. But, there's something that Doc always says, that Africa's time for development, the time for Africa to develop has come. But guess what? No European or American or Canadian is coming to develop Africa, not even the Chinese. Okay, it is Africans who must develop Africa. It's all the other countries. It was their people that developed themselves. And that's why Synergy is actually a development-focused organization. Okay, because our interest really is in ensuring that several of the SDGs, like the ones that have to deal with energy, that has to deal with rural life transformation, actually, they come alive. And it starts with knowledge, because people cannot give what they don't have. It starts with knowledge. And our Synergy battery, we deliberately created this Synergy battery with quality cells that ensure that they go that much longer. Quality cells in terms of the fact that they are electric vehicle grade A cells, which are used in Europe and the Americas for electric vehicles. Okay, those are superior cells. Then they are quality cells in the sense that they are brand new. Because another problem in the industry is the issue of the black box, or we like to call the black box. So they deliver to us these black boxes. We don't know what is contained inside, and we dare not touch it because we don't know anything about it. Okay, but we are demystifying that black box, teaching the younger generation that, look, these are the cells. And now put it together yourself. And through guidance, we train them on how to do that. And when they do that, they are comfortable, they are capable. Tomorrow, if there's a problem with a battery, because the batteries have a BMS system, that's the battery management system, okay? You can actually tell from the battery management system which particular cell had the issue. And that's the quality of our offering. Which particular cell had the issue, and they can go and address that problem specifically without shutting down the entire system. So that also speaks to one of the areas of Dr. Ago's competence, which is high availability. He's a high availability expert. Okay, and maybe we'll talk a bit more on that. So the thing is, we really want our continent to have value for money. The money is not easy for us. When we're talking about the price, the Nigerian, even when you mentioned that we're fourth, it looks as if we're doing well, but actually we're very distant fourth. Am I not right?
You're right.
Very distant fourth, So the cost, like Doc said, is part of the problem. And is it because the price of these equipment is going up? On the global market, not at all. On the contrary, the price is on the downward trend. But when you look at our exchange rates, the average Nigerian still earns the naira the way he had ever earned it. He hasn't, his income has not tripled or quadrupled. But now he has to spend more times 5 in order to buy the same dollar. So it's a huge issue. So if he's going to spend that times 5, he had better be getting something really, really good. Something that will last. Something he doesn't have to come back and we spend again. But let me tell you, that problem is not peculiar to Nigeria. Everywhere we've gone, from Rwanda to Uganda to South Africa, is the same problem. Africa has been the dumping ground for poor quality. And I think also I did get to that. Africa has been the dumping ground for poor quality. But we at Synergy, we said enough of that. We are going to actually give Africa the superior quality because our people pay a lot to get it. And once they get it, they should be able to rest, say, I have finally made this investment and I'm good. I don't have to worry about it for 20 years at least.
Thank you very much, Dr. Izabu, for that insight. You speak on Africa being a dumping ground. I think one time back then in secondary school where we have this economic textbook, Africa has always been called a dumping ground for years. I thought by now we should be doing better in terms of quality, and probably before I become a grandfather, we'll be doing better in that regards. It's like an expert that we normally talk to, and he say up Nepal has been over a 50-year problem, and we're still here and we're still talking about energy. So I'll move to you, Mr. Okeke. I asked a question about custom and also bringing in products, components of all this that is needed to install and manufacture the solar appliance, and you didn't give me an answer to that. I'll need you to speak to it. How easy is it for you, your organization, your partnership, to bring in components into the country, manufacture and install?
Well, become issues of importation, the truth is that it could be better, but truly we are not there. Just like Dr. alluded a few minutes ago, the effect of the exchange, it's I don't know the adjective to use. It's terrible, and what that has the results of that is further decline in quality, because what happens now is manufacturers will talk to, because let's be honest, the real manufacturers are not in Nigeria. These products come from China. The Nigerian environment is not manufacturing friendly. So most of these products come from China. There are a couple of, assembling going on here, but at the same time, those ones are just pockets. So manufacturers, it happens in China, and the exchange rate has made it more difficult. The cost of clearing has skyrocketed. Cost of shipping has skyrocketed. So for many manufacturers, how do you, find a way to deal with these issues and still be a little bit competitive in the market? The truth is bitter, but the truth is reduction in quality. I give you an example. A few days ago, a customer of mine had a burglary breaking in his compound. And he called me and said, okay, can you send your boys to come and install and improve the lighting in my compound? Because he has a CCTV installation which captured the burglar, but it was not clear enough to be able to identify the person. So I said, okay, no problem, we'll do that. So I sent my boys to go and do it. Now we have those floodlights that came from China, which we have been marketing for a while. But I'll be honest with you, it was when they brought it out from the store to go to install it that I suddenly realized that the length of the cable had reduced by up to 80%. In my conversation with my clients, I told him that those cables are about 15-20 meters long, so we can place the lights here and take the charge to a far distance, whatever. But when they now brought out the new ones we just received, I noticed that the size of the cables have reduced by up to 80%. So I quickly placed a call. I said, why is this going on? The response of the manufacturer is very simple. Costs, we're trying to cut costs because of the burden of the exchange. So now, that is the physical one you could see. What has happened inside the component itself. Okay, yes, please.
Yes, can I ask to this? Very important cost factor that is playing a very important and what destructive role of the solar energy industry. With respect to energy storage systems, you see, lithium-ion batteries all contain cells. And as Dr. Nechi pointed out earlier, there are different qualities of these cells, okay? So the grade A cells that are used for electric vehicles, the grade B that are used for energy storage solutions, grade C that are supposed to be scraps. Then these cells, some have been used for some years, 2-3 years, and can be recycled, get to be given a second life. In an attempt to reduce cost, some manufacturers not only use low-grade cells, but also use already used cells that I will even say that they are nearly as good as being scrapped. But these cells are put in beautiful boxes and send it to, do you know where?
Africa.
To Africa. And then the user that is going to the market to buy it will think that he is making a good purchase. We were discussing with one of our customers earlier, late last year. He said, doctor, you know, some of our clients are now moving back to lead acid batteries because after investing that much in lithium-ion batteries, 2-3 years, they start having issues. And when you go to the person that sells it, they say you have to take it back to the manufacturer. So that is better that they use the lead acid battery that they know that will last them for 2 or 3 years, but they will pay less than going to invest in lithium-ion battery that
does not give them
so value. This is why in Synergy batteries, yes, we have pressures from people that sell these cells because the grade A cells are difficult to have because the automobile industries are also competing for that. But we insist that you don't send anything other than those cells that we have validated. And on each of our cells, they come with valid Q codes that tell you the quality of the cell and the date that they were manufactured. So that's guaranteed. That is one. The second point to it is that we try to, please, if you see Synergy battery in the market, please, it's not Synergy battery. We work with partners that are quality conscious, that use these batteries for high availability installations that they deliver value. That's the only way we can guarantee that these sales are sales from us and not people that go to manufacture everything, put Synergy logo on it and sell it to people to make money.
Okay, so in a nutshell, if we are seeing Synergy battery, say Alaba International or Ladipo, it's not Synergy, yeah, okay, unless from your partners.
Yeah, exactly. That's okay. Exactly, and each partner, we want to energy made reference to black box. Africa cannot develop with this black box mentality that has been on for over years. Okay, and do you know another important factor is that these manufacturers would like that black box to remain black as long as you don't have the intelligence or courage to and curiosity to open the black box, know what is there, master it, and be able to copy it and improve on it. So that's why you say that Africans can only be developed by Africa, and Synergy Africans and Synergy batteries is an open box, something. The technicians know how these batteries are assembled, know the components at their fingertips, and can always intervene whenever there is sin. That's why we guarantee 20 years with the maintenance contract with ACE.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. But before we proceed, I'll need to also get clarity. We've talked about Africa being a dumping ground for most of these low quality batteries and appliances. And you're also talking about how Synergy is trying to be at the forefront of driving quality on the continent, not just on
all the continents,
not just in Nigeria. So my question is, using Nigeria as a case study, if you're talking about cost, especially exchange rates, how are you, dealing with that to make sure that your products come to Nigeria? You have quality control to avoid, duplicacy outside your organization. So what is your company doing in terms of cost to make sure that you maintain quality at a very cheaper rate compared to
well, I will tell you, but Mr. Uzo will complete with hands-on because he's the one that does the financial transaction.
On a serious note, though, one of the benefits, because for us the cost is coming down, we're driving down the costs. Why do I say that? Because our products are going to different countries, Africa-wide. The volumes are impacted, or rather impacts the cost. So over the longer period of time, the pricing will keep coming down. Having said that,
and before Uzo goes on, let me hear. Now, in terms of cost, there are many factors that go into cost. To make a lithium-ion battery, you have to buy the cells. Then you have to buy other components, and then to make the battery. And when these are made, they have to be sold to the distributors. Okay, that now can start distributing them to different countries. And then when it lands to the country, they are not immediately sold. They are stored for some time before being sold. Now, between the time that the cells are manufactured to the time it gets to the end user, there are two important things that are happening. The first is every battery cell loses a certain amount of its performance with time. So if you buy a battery that is assembled with cells that are manufactured 5 years ago, it's not at the same thing as the quality, same quality of cells that are manufactured 6 months ago. And the batteries that we get in the market today are manufactured with cells that are
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Let's see what's making top stories this afternoon. 800 billion naira allocation cannot do anything for Ministry of Works, Umahi tells lawmakers. Shettima head to Davos for World Economic Forum. UK probe find on no stolen Nigerian fund linked to Dizani. Trump to be sworn in as the 47th president of America today. Arsenal reignites interest in Osimhen. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Minister of Works, David Umahi, said the 800 billion naira allocated to his ministry in the 2025 budget is not enough to address the country's road infrastructural needs. Umahi pleaded with the National Assembly to increase the ministry's allocation in Abuja on Friday during the 2025 budget defense session organized by the House Committee on Works. He urged the committee to use its legislative powers to jack up the ministry's budget allocation for the 2025 fiscal year. The minister stressed the need for adequate funding of the ministry to enable it to complete ongoing projects and initiate new ones across the country. He argued that the allocation cannot cover the scope of road projects the ministry has planned to undertake in the year, saying that borrowing funds to address Nigeria's infrastructural deficit was crucial for the nation's progress. Moving on, Vice President Kashim Shettima has departed Abuja to Davos, Switzerland, for the 2025 World Economic Forum meeting. The Vice President will represent Nigeria at the 2025 annual meeting of the World Economic Forum. Stanley Mokocha, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications, Office of the Vice President, in a statement said the VP would join world leaders, top business executives and representatives of development partners at the meeting to discuss the state of the world economy with the view to improving its conditions. While in Davos, the Vice President would hold bilateral meetings with other leaders as well as participate in workshops and forums slated for the annual gathering. Still on legal luminary, Mike Ozekome has debunked persistent allegations of corruption against former Minister of Petroleum Resources, Diezani Alison Madueke, asserting that no stolen Nigerian funds have ever been traced to her by UK authorities. In a statement released on Sunday titled, "There is no such thing as Diezani loot," Ozekome stated that the immediate past executive chairman of the EFCC, Abu Rashid Bawa, confirmed to her lawyers that no funds from the coffers of the federal government of Nigeria has been found ever stolen by her. He said that the former minister, who has been under investigation by UK authorities since October 2015, has not been charged with misappropriating public funds despite nearly a decade of scrutiny. According to Ozekome, Alison Madueke's prolonged ordeal stems from baseless allegations, unverified narratives, and public vilification rather than concrete evidence. Ozekome referenced court rulings to support his client's case, particularly a decision by the Federal High Court, Abuja, which cleared parties linked to a strategic alliance agreement of wrongdoing. To end the local news, the Central Bank of Nigeria has revealed that 95.66% of bank debtors borrowed from microfinance banks as of September 2024. Out of the 6,537 total debtors recorded across all creditor types, 6,253 were linked to microfinance banks. The data shows a slight month-on-month decline in MFB debtors, dropping from 6,573 in August 2024 to 6,253 in September 2024. The drop in the number of borrowers is largely linked to rising interest rates, which have made credit more expensive and discouraged borrowing. This trend coincides with a series of interest rate hikes implemented by the CBN under Governor Olayemi Cardoso. Since assuming office, Cardoso has overseen 6 consecutive increases in the monetary policy rate, elevating it from 18.75% in February 2024 to 27.50% by November 2024. These measures aim to combat rising inflation, which reached 34.80% in December 2024. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump will begin a 4-year term as the United States president and will no longer be addressed as president-elect from today. He takes the oath of office and from then becomes the 47th president of the United States of America. The event, planned for weeks, will witness dignitaries from all over the world, including Deeper Life leader William Kumuyi, joining to observe Trump and his vice president-elect James Vance as they swear allegiance to country. The inauguration will start by 5 p.m. Nigerian time today, Monday, the 20th of January 2025. Trump will swear the oath of office by placing his hand on the same Bible used by Abraham Lincoln in 1861 and a second Bible gifted by his late mother, Mary Ann MacLeod. The oath is according to the Article 2 in Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution. A court in Seoul has extended the time South Korea's impeached President Yoon Suk Yeol will be detained over his botched attempts to impose martial law in the country last month. Citing concerns, Yoon could destroy evidence if released. A judge on Sunday issued a warrant allowing investigators to keep the suspended president in the custody for up to 20 days. The 64-year-old was arrested on Wednesday after a week-long standoff between investigators and his presidential security team. Supporters of the president broke into the court after his detention was extended, reportedly smashing windows and doors in an incident condemned by Yoon and the country's acting president. The warrant and Yoon's subsequent refusal to comply with investigators is the latest development in a saga that has left South Korea reeling from a political crisis. Now to sports. Arsenal
are reportedly renewing their pursuit for Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen in January transfer window. With Gabriel Jesus sidelined for the remainder of the season due to injury, the Gunners are actively searching for attacking reinforcements. Mikel Arteta's men have struggled with a lack of attacking depth, particularly evident in their recent 2-2 draw against Aston Villa. Osimhen has emerged as a prime target to boost their forward line and strengthen their Premier League title aspirations. Currently second in the league with 44 points, 6 behind leaders Liverpool, Arsenal have been hit hard by injuries. The Gunners have been without Jesus, Nathan Nwaneri, and their standout performer this season, Bukayo Saka, leaving Mikel Arteta's squad stretched thin and raising the need for the Nigerian striker. To end the news, Liverpool defender Virgil van Dijk is reportedly in advanced discussions with Saudi Pro League club Al Hilal over a free transfer at the end of the season. According to Team Talk, the Dutch international, those contract with Liverpool expires in 6 months, has been a cornerstone of Jurgen Klopp's team. Van Dijk remains one of the Premier League's top defenders and a key factor behind Liverpool's current position at the top of the table. Journalist Ahmad Al-Ajlan claims that Al Hilal has opened serious negotiations to secure Van Dijk's services in the summer. Meanwhile, Liverpool are reportedly pushing to renew Van Dijk's contract, while the defender's future remains uncertain, with Al Hilal making strong overtures. Thank you for joining the BDTV News at noon. Stay tuned as we bring you more updates.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.